Alright, Shalom, Shalom. I want to give all praise to Yahweh, Bahashim, Yahweh Shai, Bahashim, Rakah Kadash, double honors to the apostles and elders of Great Millstone who rule well. Salutations to the Akim out there, spreading this truth like wildfire in all truth and all sincerity. And Shalom to the real sisters out there. Well, also Shalom. Let me rewind that. Shalom to the rest of the elect, the rest of the 1/3 remnant of men who can't prophesy because it's not they're not able to, but they're still friends of the prophets, and like because they're really not able to, they're disabled, which means that wasn't their basically it wasn't their lot in the first place, and the women and children who believe, you know, they're oh yeah, the men able they're friends of the prophets, and the women and children who believe. Whether they look like the people on the 12 tribe chart, so-called black people, Latinos, and Native Americans, or whether they look like the other nations. Because we were scattered among all nations, including, and that means all nations. All right, so I'm gonna get into this article that I found that was sent to me. It's a natural news article, and they be putting out info on these devils, man. It's one of them sites that blow whistles that blow whistle on this devil and their plans, and basically, one of the it's a good site, brings out a lot of info. Just separate the meat from the bones. That's what I see. With all these sites, man, that expose conspiracies that's either leaning right wing or left wing, I say take and exposing, either left wing Edomites or the right wing Edomites. You gotta slice and dice and do that shit. Take the bones out. You gotta debone that shit and take the meat with all of them. But this article right here, I'm gonna bring it out, and now you be bringing out a lot of good info, a lot of good info, like on the when it comes to like pseudoscience, when it comes to he brought out info on GMOs and shit being bad for you. On him and Alex Jones, which you gotta take the bones out when it comes to all of them, but they bring out legit info like they're trying to turn people, mainly Jake, into homosexuals. So anyways, that's hey, with that chemical additive that actually turned those frogs into homosexuals, you could look into it. But that's just there's many examples of info that they brought out on these devils. But on some of these, and they'll say it's not true because they want to cover it up. They'll have these so-called fact-checking websites which just say that just go back to the people that they say is plotting the shit, and if the people say that it ain't true, then government source say it ain't true, it ain't true. But anyways, basically it's what they do, or they use semantics. But anyways, let me let me get on the topic at hand. Let me get on the topic at hand. I got this article. It's a Natural News article. It's titled "World Bombshell Leaked Dark," but it's a leaked dark but document. Drastic analysis confirms attack on humanity using aerosolized skin penetrating nanoparticle spike protein. So basically, the shit that they injecting in everybody, that's they're basically gonna fucking now they're gonna fucking chemtrail that shit, man. They're gonna spray that shit in the air so that hey, you breathe the Jabba juice. It's the Jabba mist now. It's the Jabba mist now. Now that's what Esau, who is the so-called white man who rules this world, you know, from rules this world, runs America, which is Babylon, by the way, and runs Europe, runs Russia, really uses America, which runs NATO to subjugate the whole world. But China is also the so-called Chinese, which are the Moabites. They're part of that Psalm 83, Psalm chapter 83 conspiracy against us, against the children of Israel, which the so-called black people, Latinos, Native Americans, and the Israelite foreigners that be like unto the speckled bird. But anyways, yeah, this is a part of that plot. There's a lot of us live in Babylon, and let me get right in it. Prepare for a flood of intel in today's situation. Update podcast shown below. Below beyond the world bombshell. DARPA document linked to DRASTIC. It's all caps. Linked to could just say drastic, which shows that EcoHealth Alliance and Fauci conspired to release aerosolized skin penetrating spike protein nanoparticles into wild bat populations in China, which would immediately leap to humans as planned. So at the beginning of this pandemic, the story of them bat eating so-called Chinese Moabites, the majority of them. You remember that story, right? From the beginning of the pandemic. Well, you know, the actual virus, the actual virus was actually released by these devils into wild bat populations over there in China. So, there's that actual virus patented by these devils and also, like I said, released into those wild bat populations. We also have bombshell intel about something else that makes it even worse. So it's not just that. There's more shit that has come out about these devils. And later on in this article, they got a link to it. DRA, or just drastic has confirmed that Daszak, Zach, that's how you spell without the CK, and just the K, and Fauci working via the Wuhan Institute of Virology were able to create 180 strains of 1984 edition bioweapons and put them under the control of the communist Chinese. An act of treason. We now know from other sources that CCP run bioweapons deployment teams across the U.S. border carrying MERS augmented biological weapons with at least a 30% fatality rate, with plans to release them in major U.S. cities when commanded to. With full credit to Drastic, we've mirrored their PDF analysis of the DARPA, what I meant to say, documents at this link. So it's actual link that they got. I opened it in another tab. The original Eco Health proposal to DARPA is numbered HR 0011 S O 017. Preempt P A all caps, of course. P A dash before the preempt there's a dash. After the preempt there's a dash. After the PA there's a dash. 001. So you can look that up. Investigative journalist Lara Logan has now confirmed all this through her own sources. So hey, so she is now warning that the migrant crisis in Texas is the perfect cover for America's enemies, and hey, the elites is they're all ruled by the elites, man. China, communist China, what they was set up by the Rothschilds, and they run by the Rothschilds just like the U.S. So you have that as well, man. The false East versus West divide, man. That false East West paradigm and shit, just like the left right paradigm, both sides is run by the Rothschilds. Yeah, but it's a perfect cover for America's enemies, really the people's enemies, to sneak in a dangerous biological weapon. Our sources because our governments, our government and their government got the same boss. Our sources who have been in touch with Logan have confirmed she knows much more, but isn't at liberty to go public with the full details. We had full details here. Read these bullets carefully. This is the plan that's now underway to the best of our knowledge. It's far worse than you probably imagine. The quote unquote super MERS attack is now imminent, and the bioweapons deployment operators are already pre-positioned across U.S. cities, likely armed with drones, aerosolizing drone attachments. We're about to be sprayed with a super dangerous biological weapon. DARPA originally funded MERS, but refused to support any efforts to release it into the wild. They wanted to keep it as a strategic, last-ditch biological weapon for extreme emergencies. They was keeping it, to use it at, what I'm saying, to use it, last-ditch effort, last-ditch effort for extreme emergencies, really lock shit down, for depopulation. We'll get more into it. Fauci and Eco Health Alliance finagled a way to get their hands on MERS, which became the template for the gain of function research that was laundered through the WIV using U.S. taxpayer money. And the MERS, it's, just in case y'all don't get it, y'all, You don't get what I'm talking about. It's the MERS, which that's a Middle East respiratory syndrome. That's what it stands for. Elements from MERS, HIV, SARS, and other viral strains were engineered together to create the chimeric, like a chimera, like have this, have that, what it would mean. Cells with different organs than the rest of the person organ or tissue, parts of different origins. Bioweapons with special affinity for human ACE2 receptors. Let me look that shit up. You gotta know what they talking about. Human ACE receptors called the angiotensin converting enzyme 2 or ACE2 receptor. The program the protein provides the entry point for the 1984 edition Crown Royal to get into and infect a wide range of human cells. Okay, so they basically, so now that's what they doing. That Let me continue. That Daszak and Daszak and Fauci appointed Salakia, I misspoke, approached DARPA to request funding to release their bioweapons in China. DARPA refused, but they found funding through globalist sources that support depopulation. Had DARPA agreed to the funding, that Daszak and Fauci had planned to invite Xi Zhengli, the Bat Lady, the lady that they showed, or the lady that got bit by a bat and shit like that. I believe that's her, the Bat Lady. I look this shit up, man. I don't know. Just let y'all know. The Bat Lady. The that lady from the lab and shit, the Wuhan lab. Okay, the Bat Lady. Psycho. She was the one that was basically. Hold on. Yo. None of her sequences match those of the viruses her team had. Okay, whatever. Match those of the viruses her team had sampled from Batcave, so she was like behind it. Like, that's just, this is skip through this article and basically she claimed that like she didn't do shit wrong in this article. But of course they gonna do that shit. But you think about it, it's in these devils MO to do that type of shit, man. To do some type of shit like that. It's in their MO, man. Even if their own agency, DARPA, is run by them, don't agree to fucking let them, because it's too controversial, right? They go around it. SARS, okay, I'm gonna continue though. SARS, and then Okay, basically the 1984 edition was never designed to kill. It was designed to spread rapidly with low fatality, to create fatality, to create worldwide panic and demand for Vanessa, along with government lockdowns and global communism due to cases, quote unquote, diagnosed via fraudulent PCR tests. It was like designed to scare everybody into dealing with Vanessa. That's what it was designed to do. But MERS is a super deadly bioweapon. This will be released next, the souped up version of MERS that has been weaponized via Fauci, the NIH, and the WIV under the control of the PLA, People's Liberation Army. The Eco Health Alliance project proposal to DARPA mentions their plans to develop 3 to 5 bioweapon 1984 edition bioweapon strains each year. This to be was to be which that one is, but it's like some shit that actually cause you to drop dead and MERS. This was to be an ongoing, never-ending assault on humanity via biological weapons, all funded by the U.S. military working with communist China. We don't know yet that we don't yet know the official designation of this MERS bioweapon, but I'll call it quote unquote Super MERS. For now, Super MERS is already in the hands of PLA operators who have crossed into the US via so called Mexican narco smuggling routes. The CCP PLA has hundreds of military advisors working with so-called Mexican narcos with the promise that the narcos will receive a piece of the southern USA once China occupies and defeats the US. Of course, these devils and heathens is going to use our own people. They're going to use sellouts of our own people to do to further their agenda. Of course, right? They do it all the time. Can't do shit without Israelites helping them. And of course they're gonna gas them up. They're gonna fucking tell them, "Oh, you help us, and you'll get you'll get the Southwest U.S. back and shit. Basically, get your land back from Babylon and shit. Basically." But that's just to get them to fucking agree to it. It's bait. And it sound like some shit. Remember the start of World War I? It sound like that type shit, man. Wait, what the fuck happened? Okay. Thought maybe I closed the tab of my live and shit. It sound like one of the reasons why Babylon entered World War I, or the reason they said, which Esau was basically trying to find justification to enter that war, uh, to get Babylon to enter war with you know, the German Kaiser and shit. But hey, it sounded like that type of shit. It was called the Zimmerman letter, which Germany was, they're saying Germany was urging Mexico to join their side against America, and then if they did, then they get the Southwest back. Which so they're taking a page out of that and actually doing it. Which we all know maybe it actually there's actually Kaza actually trying to do some shit like that, but also Esau be creating propaganda and they was trying to get people into, they was trying to get Babylonians to approve of getting into World War I with that shit. But anyways, it sound like that. It sound like that's what China is trying to do. That's what the Moabites is trying to do. And if you think about it, you know, they would use sellout Jakes. They would use sellout Israelites to do some shit like that. And depopulation is in the fucking agenda of the elites. You know, and it's another article. It's another article that I could pull up that shows that basically Biden, you know, yeah, Biden is getting fucking Gitmo ready for them so-called Haitian migrants, got looking for contractors, people, guards to guards who know Haitian Creole and Spanish. So also Ishkar in set up. You know, of course, you think helping these devils is gonna fucking pay off. You know, for any cartel members that may be listening, may come across this live, you think helping these devils is gonna pay off? It's not. You know, you're gonna get stabbed right in the back. Never trust thy enemy. It's 10:44. Well, 44. Call like, how about Shim y'all shy by Shim Kakadash? Instead, those of y'all who can't repent, should repent, get right. You know, actually, so-called Mexicans are a tribe of Ishkar. So actually, native to, native, really, the Israelites, it's all, the whole world is ours. But our native land is the land of Israel. But, yeah, sellouts are going to be sellouts. And sellouts, 2/3 are not going to repent, but maybe the elect that's still caught up in that lifestyle will come out of it and repent and expose what's going on too. But let me continue. These so-called Chinese, because those are Moabites, bioweapons operatives are told to simultaneously release super MERS across U.S. cities when given the activation command, which could come via public means such as the New York Times being ordered by China to use a certain phrase on a certain day. The NYT is long, which you look that up. They all working together. The NYT has long been on China's payroll, just like most Democrats have the U.S. Senate and all big tech. Parentheses. The White House is almost completely controlled by CP and Biden is China's puppet. The China, they publish China, puppets of the 1948ers, man. And China's puppets of the 1948ers. This super merged drink like the Rothschilds at the top. They all puppets of the Rothschilds. This super merged strain will kill at least 30% of those who are infected under normal circumstances. But because the Vanessas have destroyed the immune response among V'd up individuals, the death rate in the V'd up individuals may be significantly higher, 50%. Oh yeah, true that. Yup, that was like a fucking Trojan horse, man. They told you that it was good for you, and you let them for you those of y'all that are V'd up that may come across this live or maybe watching. These devils be playing with the views. If you bringing out the truth, that was a Trojan horse, straight up, and it destroyed the immune response. So it got you just focusing on one strain. That's what it did. So it destroyed the immune response, and also poisoning you. So weakening you with those poisons. So weakening you and controlling you with that graphene oxide. But yeah, it does have. Yeah, you look into it. The evidence is out there. But yeah, the death rate in the V'd up may be significantly higher, 50% question mark. That's like a possibility. The super MERS strain could be worse. Is effectively the second half of the binary weapon system. Could be worse, could be a little better, probably worse. Let me continue. The super MERS, like that dude say, like, no, he don't know for sure. But yeah, the super MERS strain is effectively the second half of the binary weapon system, with the first half being the Vanessa. That's why tyrannical government has pushed so hard for mass shit mass Vanessa distribution. Here you go. For everybody to get V'd up. It's a setup, or as much as possible, it's a setup for the kill. The Biden administration has been working with China all along to try to receive a 70% V'd up rate in the US, which would translate into overall kill rate of at least 20% of all the US population once Super MERS is released. This translates into about 70 million people, roughly speaking, or more than 10 times the death stats of, the stats they give us of the Nazi Holocaust, which, look into that. It's would be even less than what they tell you, but based on numbers that they tell you, you take the numbers that they give you and you fucking multiply it more than 10 times and you get that 70 million people. The release of super MERS cannot be stopped. Agents are already in place. The border has long been penetrated. America's military was ordered to stand down during all this via treasonous Pentagon criminals like Milley and Austin, because that's the agenda. That's the agenda. They trying to depopulate. They trying to depopulate the world population. Starting here, but they trying to depopulate the world population, bring it down by 100 million. That's a lot of death. That's a lot of death that gotta happen for them to make that happen. Yeah. So this is a part of that depopulation agenda. The left wing, which he says is left wing, but even the right wing media is in on it. If you really look into it, it's all in on this, as well as is big tech. He's referring to all them news networks except for Fox. But Fox is, they're MSM. They also they're not really. I mean, they play the role of controlled opposition. Really, they're all taking orders from China. Oh, and Trump is telling motherfuckers it's all right to take to take the JAB too. So it's all like I said earlier, take the bones out. It's left, both the left and right wing belong to the same eagle, same beast. The release of Super MERS will be called a variant by the criminal government. Yup. And they will blame the unV'd up. Yup. That's part of it, while activating the CDC's death camps to round up political dissidents and begin mass executions. Map of the CDC's current quarantine stations which will be transformed into death camps. They got a map, and also keep in mind that the Haitians that come. Keep in mind what he said earlier, that the Haitian migrants that are coming over here, it's a perfect cover. So that, and then they purposely let, and there's Haitians that they let them stay here. But when you look at it, they finna blame them for this as well, man. They the ones that brought it in here, because now because you have guards. I'm gonna get that article. You have guards. They're looking for guards at Gitmo that speak Haitian Creole and that speak Spanish. So it was a setup, and the Haitians and probably Ishkar, be blamed for spreading the shit as well, and then the unveed up helping to spread it. They're a threat as well. All just both blame you tribes, starting with Levi and Ishkar, then blame the unveed up here in the States, which you're saying it's a lot of you tribes that's unveed up anyway, so y'all are gonna be a target. But even their own that didn't take they didn't take the JAB, the Jabba juice. From the CDC website, quote unquote, CDC has the legal authority to detain any person who may have an infectious disease that is specified by executive order to be quarantinable. Basically they can round you up. There's the justification. Jesus imposter Joe Biden, which he is, they're not really with the people that work for the elites. Joe Biden recently signed an EU adding EO, probably a typo, EO adding measles to the list of quarantinable diseases. Yup, brought that out on my other lives. Thus, any political dissident can be diagnosed, quote unquote, with measles. They could just diagnose you via fraudulent PCR testing. Majority false positives, man. There's data on that. Then forcibly thrown into a quarantine death camp run by the CDC. The state of Washington recently posted a public jobs ad calling for isolation and quarantine strike team coordinators. Yeah, and then they fucking edited that shit once it got exposed. Did a live on that. To help run its own quarantine camp in Centralia, Washington. When the public soon became aware of this ad, Washington government goons scrambled to remove the strike team. Yup. The strike team phrase from the job listing, instead edited it to pretend that it was just an ad for people to do laundry and change bed sheets. Yup, they did. Yeah, really. At the same time, we're hearing rumors that military personnel who refuse to get V'd up are being loaded onto buses and forcibly isolated, quarantined by the military until they get agreed to be V'd up. This isn't happening everywhere yet. Our report is from a single military base, but this practice could spread. Yeah, they want them to take the the V8 as well, man. They're forcing it down their arms and shit. You know, because a lot of them ain't finna. They know a lot of them ain't gonna cooperate with the new world order, so they try and get rid of a lot of them, man. China will really, because they know, like it's they know, man. They watched. Best believe they watch. You know what? Best believe they watch their cannon fodder and shit. China will very shortly initiate. They watch the activity, online activity of their cannon fodder, man. So they know. You know, there's a lot of Jakes that's in the military also. You know, and you have elect among them. And they even hey they watch, so they know they know who ain't gonna cooperate. They try and get rid of them. China will very shortly initiate the bioweapons release in America, likely followed by cyber attacks and financial system tactics. So you also gonna have that. You know, that's how they could shut this word down, man. You know, can't get it out, and when the system is rebooted, it's a new system that's censored completely. You know, and think about it this way: they're getting them to do that. Esau was getting them to do that because China, the Moabites, you know, besides being puppets of Esau, of Big E, the Big 13, they Big E, the big, but instead of that rap is Big E, like uppercase, uppercase E. But yeah. You know, just so they could do that, just so, just so, hey, they finna get blamed. Just to bait them in because they think that they got next. Moab think that they got next. And they know this. So you best believe that they're being baited in as well. They're being used to help make the new world order happen. These Moabite heathens, the ones at the top, you know, they probably got some Edomites that look like Moabites at the top. You probably do, as well as actual Moabites. But yeah, let me continue with the exact timing on. While the exact timing on this is always difficult to know, it appears China will soon initiate its bioweapons attack on America, making COVID look like Divock look like child's play. Once this commences, anyone who don't take super MERS seriously will be in grave danger. This will be a time to truly stay away from the public places and avoid large cities where it is likely that Chinese operatives will use drones to disperse aerosolized skin penetrating toxic nanoparticles based on the MERS research. Yeah, America's cities are about to be gassed, quote unquote, sprayed with deadly poison, much like Zyklon B, except at a much larger scale. And you know, hey, there was an experiment that these devils did on an American city. I believe it was San Francisco, where they sprayed like either chemicals or bioweapons or some shit. But it was like way back. It wasn't. It's from way back, like Cold War era, I believe. I could look that up and pull that up, but you know, No, this be like that, but it's some deadly shit they releasing around every fucking major city and shit. Cyber attacks will be likely timed to coincide with this planned chaos and bio-warfare death wave, and it seems almost certainly that China will choose this moment of vulnerability to assault America's financial standing, i.e., the world reserve currency status of the petrodollar, which they've been wanting to do anyways to bring in that central bank digital currency, that global central bank digital currency, that RFID chip, you know, in your hand and shit. So, the elites they're using them to make that happen. Very quickly, America could lose a third of its active duty. See, this is a chess game. China thinking that they making a move, but the elites is, but China is a pawn of the elites, and they're being played. Just if they're being played, they're being used. Guess what happened when they no longer need them? Very quickly, America could lose. Yeah, because Moab is convinced that's the pride of Moab. It's according to prophecy, they think that they got next. Very quickly, though, America could lose a third of its active duty military personnel due to the mass the maximum vaccinations. A third of the U.S. population living in targeted cities will reserve currency status for its fiat currency dollar, which would collapse near zero value overnight. Yo, the power can't buy shit with it. The power grid could go down regionally due to cyber attacks, plunging areas of the country into darkness. Oh shit. Yo, and this reading on further, it sounds like Operation Zephyr, man. See, these devils and these heathens, man, they working together to bring this new world order. But it's at the same time, each these devils and these different heathen nations want to rule it. And they China think this is how they're gonna get to rule it. At the same time, though, armed state and federal government agencies would be unleashed as strike teams, against the population aiming to achieve nationwide gun confiscation because they don't want people to like Esau wants a fucking a sitting duck as a target, bro. This devil don't want a target that can fight back. Esau wants a cheap shot. Max executions of so he's gonna take little E's guns and even you Jakes that are running around here strapped and shit. Mass executions of political dissidents, that's gonna happen as well. Which, it's detailed in this article. But also Operation Zephyr show you who they're really gonna go after. Medical with a real reason they're going after them, I should say. Cause yeah, it all links up. It all links up. All these puzzle pieces, they fit together. Medical kidnappings, quarantines, and executions of large populations in order to achieve depopulation. Total government control over all movement, speech, and medical interventions. They're gonna roll it out, man. Esau roll it out. Expect highway checkpoints, Vanessa papers, on-site executions, well, which the Vanessa papers will be replaced with the chip. On-site executions, door-to-door medical kidnappings, and every nightmare of government terrorism against the people that you could possibly imagine. More details are found today in today's situation update podcast. Prepare to be sprayed with not sure y'all hear that on this live though, so just gonna read this. Prepare to be sprayed with aerosolized skin penetrating toxic nanoparticles is all in the DARPA proposal, which DARPA refused to fund, thankfully, but go back in that article and they found other ways to fund it. And the depopulation agenda is now abundantly obvious to everybody paying attention. But hey, it's not enough people, man. They gonna fucking Esau is gonna fucking roll it out, man. Roll it out. And they're gonna blame them. They're gonna blame Jake, the so-called Haitians, the tribe of Levi, specifically. Oh, and yet ISUPK down there, man. Yet ISUPK down there, so they could say, well, they told them to get the shit probably. But you know how type of shit that would be on, man. You had them down there. You have here is not that well kept right now. But yeah, they're gonna blame it on them. They're gonna blame it on fucking on they gonna blame it on this car as well. The Ishkarites that are coming across the border too, and they spread their shit on the unvied up, or the ones that had come across, they helped spread it on the unvied up. Those who ain't fucking with Vanessa, and as well as they already blaming them for keeping the pandemic alive, unbeat up, and as well as even them Afghans, bro, even them Afghans, which they could do some, because they could do some. I could see them doing along with this, just combo false flags as well, man. Could see them do that type shit. Oh, they took advantage of our country's weakness, and then the cyber attacks, they gonna reveal that, cyber attacks, they really baited Babylon. Babylon really, and the people that rule Babylon, the elites, they baited China into going along with this, really. They're so they can be like, oh, trying to hit us with this shit, trying to hit us with the fucking with cyber attack as well, to get that World War III going already as well. Get that draft. Come on. Because once the population is chipped, they gonna be drafted. It all links up. Esau been plotting, and he about to make good on on his plots. He about to carry him out. You know, these devils, these devils, man. You have to think. These devils. They actually through this pandemic took down the medical system, so it wouldn't work efficiently. Because the mandates is causing these doctors to a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them to be like, what, fuck this shit. And these nurses and shit be the same way. What, fuck this shit. I ain't taking that shit. So that they can then, so then it'll be also causing, then, you won't be able to go to really get no help for it. And also with the infrastructure, also that as well. Really, the supply chain, every part of the economy was affected negatively by the pandemic. And also, like the article said, it was a way to justify, pushing Vanessa on everybody. But now, which that was a Trojan horse. Like that one saying, beware of Greeks bearing gifts. They push it as a gift. We're doing this for your health, man. Like, yeah, right. Yeah, right. But yeah, now you see what these devils coming with. They they about to they about to roll on you tribes for real. This is how they plotting to roll. And hey, yeah. Hey, I got this so I got Psalms 83 going into the conspiracies of the crafty counsel of these devils and heathens. Psalms 83, verse 1, which is to be a part of it. Keep not thou silence, O power Yahweh. Hold not thou thy peace, and be not still, O power Yahweh. Verse 2, for lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up their head. Verse 3, they have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones, which is the Israelites. They have taken crafty counsel against our people, man. Verse 4, they have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. Now, ultimately, they want to genocide us, man. They want to eliminate us because we're the real threat, because we got next. Verse 5, for they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. Verse 6, the tabernacles of Edom, the self-proclaimed so-called white man. And the Ishmaelites, the Arabs of Moab. Remember Moab? The so-called Chinese. Edom and Moab. They're fucking they're fucking colluding to depopulate really Jake, the heathens that die here, and the lower level devils that die here, they're just collateral, man. And the Hagarenes, Hamites, Gabal, Hamites, the so-called Africans, the indigenous ones that sold your so-called black people, the tribe of Judah. Yeah, to the so-called white men and to the Ishmaelites of Ammon, the so-called Japanese of and Amalek. That's the 1948ers, devils that run this shit. Shit, Salakia. The Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre, more so-called Africans, Hamites. Verse 8, Ashur is also joined with them. They have hope in the children of Lot, Salah, the East Asians. And you see children of Lot was mentioned, so that's Moab and Ammon being mentioned twice. And Esau is at the head of this. And lo and behold, you have these two heathen nations, the lowest of the low, Esau, Edom, the lowly cave beast. And then you have Moab, the incest babies. And you have them, plotting against Jake and plotting on each other. And, both think they're going to get the New World Order. Both think, Esau think he's going to reset his time. That's why he calls this plan, which is a part of it, the Great Reset. And Moab thinks that they fucking got next, man. That's the pride of Moab. Esau and Moab, the proudest fucking nations, the proudest nations to walk the earth. And the most atheistic as well, satanic, which means adversarial. But Esau, Edom worship the spiritual demon Satan. But a lot of Edomites are also atheists. A lot of Edomites are atheists. A lot of especially a lot of 1948ers, who call themselves people of the Lord, have the most atheists among them. And on down to the rest of the Edomites, and then on down to Moab. Moab, a lot of Moabites is as well. You have Moab as well. And they think that, and Moab thinks that they got next. Let me get that. Moab, the pride of Moab. The pride of Moab, man. Jeremiah 48:29. We have heard the pride of Moab. He is exceeding proud. His loftiness and his arrogancy and his pride and the haughtiness of his heart. Verse 30, I know his wrath, saith Yahweh, but it shall not be so. His lies shall not so affect it. Verse 31, so I know his wrath, but it shall not be so. His lies shall not so affect it. Why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? Moab think they got next, which is why they're plotting. Verse 31, therefore will I howl for Moab, and I'll cry out for all Moab, because it's going to stab them in the back, man. Babylon and Esau, the elites of Esau are baiting the Moabites in. They're baiting the Moabites in to do all this shit, and they're baiting the Moabites into the Middle East with their so-called withdrawal from Afghanistan. They're baiting the Moabites. They're drawing the Moabites in. One of the kings of the East. They're drawing them in. Creating a little pathway, making way for Moab. They're drawing Moab out there, out into the Middle East, and also drawing them, drawing them in basically into World War III, two theaters. The main one, the Middle East, and then right here in America. Getting them to do some shit to America just so they can get attacked. Really also to accomplish their goal of genociding Jake. As much as they can take out, they're really aiming at the elect. Jeremiah 48 and 31, but it's going to backfire on Moab. Therefore will I howl for Moab, and I'll cry out for all Moab. Mine heart shall mourn for the man of Kir-Heres. Yep. It's going to backfire on him. Babylon is going to be completely obliterated, but Moab is also going to be touched by nukes. Even though not completely obliterated, they are going to be touched. A lot of their major cities are going to be destroyed. Verse 32, O vine of Sibmah, I'll weep with thee with the weeping of Jazer. Thy plants are gone over the sea, that reach even to the sea of Jazer. The spoiler is fallen upon thy summer fruits and upon thy vintage. 33, and joy and gladness is taken from them, plentiful fulfilled from the land of Moab, and I will cause wine to fail from the wine presses, none shall tread with shouting, there shall be no shouting, because they're kind of doing all right now, Moab, but that shit's gonna be put to rest. They ain't got next either. They're being baited in to do this shit, do all this shit. Really, so Esau and Moab, these other heathens can destroy each other. Really, how about Shem Yahushai only can destroy the 2/3. Really, how about Shem Yahushai? Really, he's doing that. What they did to us, he's dividing and conquering them. Have them plying on each other. And judging and destroying the 2/3 wicked Israelites that don't want to come back to their heritage. They're a bunch of traitors. Verse 34, from the cry of Heshbon, even unto Eliah, and even unto Jahaz, have they uttered their voice. From Zoar, even unto Horonaim, as a heifer of 3 years old, for the waters also of Nimrim shall be desolate. And reading on down, verse 35, because Moab is gonna You know what? Let me get this. Woe unto thee, woe unto thee, oh Asia, Asia, thou wretch. Let me get this. Because they wanted to be like Babylon and shit. And they made themselves be just like Babylon. Second Ezra 15:47. Hey, the Chinese dragon made themselves be like the red dragon. Second Ezra 15:47. Okay, get the one before. Second Ezra 15:46. And thou Asia, thou art partaker of the hope of Babylon, not the glory of her person. Yep. Woe be unto thee, thou wretch, because thou hast made thyself like unto her, and hast decked thy daughters in whoredom, that they might please and glory, and thy lovers which have always desired to commit whoredom with thee, they made themselves to be like Babylon, man. They'll be wearing suits and rods on their necks and shit, which that's the new toga. That tie represent, when you look into it, it's phallic. Woe be unto thee, thou wretch, because thou hast made thyself like unto her. Thou hast made thyself like unto her. A wretch is a miserable person, one who is profoundly unhappy or in great misfortune. A base, despicable. The second definition of base, despicable or vile person, a piece of shit, basically. The second definition is what applies here. Because thou hast made thyself, so basically being called a piece of shit, because thou has made thyself, is called in East, so-called Asian countries, piece of shit, pieces, y'all, people run them, y'all bunch of pieces of shit, because thou hast made thyself like unto her, and hast decked thy daughters in whoredom, that they might please and glory in thy lovers, which have always desired to commit whoredom with thee. You just like Babylon, you know. You see it over there in China. Like I said, they be wearing those neck rods and suits. They be wearing they be acting like Esau and shit, shaving their face and all that too. They be hey, do you know that Moab didn't used to fuck with pork like that before it became cheap? Now they fuck with pork heavy, man. Yeah, that now pork is like one of the cheapest meats. They make it like that for a reason. So really, so our people, really, so our people that's among Moab, as well, not just because you have a lot of Jakes among Moab, man, particularly Judah. Moab shall be a covert to Judah, scripture, a covert, something like that, to Judah. So that means it's a lot of speckled birds among Moab. Isaiah 16:4, yep. Let mine outcast dwell with thee, Moab. Be thou a covert to them from the face of the spoiler. For the extortioner is at an end, the spoiler seats it, and the oppressors are consumed out of the land. And it's a lot of Judah. There is a lot of Judah. I believe this is speaking of Judah that's among them. but Northern Kingdom as well. That's scattered. But yeah. That mine outcast dwell with thee. That's exactly what happened. But anyways, yeah. Moab and Ammon, they've made themselves to be like Esau. And over there in East Asia, speaking of China this time, because of what they're doing over there, in so-called China, you have hold on. Over there in so-called China, if you're an Edomite and you go over there, those it's been this way for a while. The Moabite women, they won't be want to fuck with you because of money, and the Moabite men out there want to look like Esau, want to be light skin, almost pale. They be giving they want away to Esau and shit. But when Jake want them, when a Jake go over there and Jake want to deal with a Moabite woman, they want a more like it's opposite. Even when a Moabite woman want to deal with, when a Moabite woman want to deal with the Jake, she's looked at as a fucking traitor. Let me get back to what I was getting into. So Moab wants to be like Esau, and that includes being on top of the world. Moab wants that as well. Moab want to be a superpower. Verse 48, thou hast followed. Yeah, Moab wants to be the number one superpower on top, like Babylon. Verse 28, thou hast followed her that is hated in all her works and invention, therefore saith power. They're even doing the same shit. As well, colonialism, like what Babylon does, neoliberalism. Moab is doing that type of shit down there in Africa, man. And even in the Caribbean, J areas, even Northern Kingdom areas, you have Moab, working their way up there. Using the same strategies they learned from Esau. Moab and Ammon. Yes, Japan fucking doing that shit too, bro. Moabite colonialism. You have that. I'm doing the same shit. Moab copying Esau. Now you have the new scramble for Africa, which is Moab is involved. China's involved. Before it was just Edomite countries. Yep, the new scramble for Africa. A land of Ham with You got Jakes, which you got Jakes scattered among them, and you got a heavy concentration of Jakes in the west part of Africa, parts of the central West Africa and shit, the Congo and shit. Got a lot of Jakes, but yeah, you know, see Moab. Moab is just let me get the one that show Moab. Yep, China in Africa. Yep, got them getting involved in the government. Yep, Moab. And you got Esau, Moab, Esau, or Germany, Moab, Germany, fucking UK, of course. Esau and Moab. Esau and Moab. And Ammon. Yep. Yeah, I was trying to find a map where it show basically like areas be having them heavy that be like basically where China be heavily involved in, Yep. South Africa for sure. Nigeria, a lot of Jake. Angola. There's a considerable amount of Jake in Angola too. A lot of slaves was taken from there to to Brazil and shit. Um, yeah, a lot of so-called Bantu Jakes live there in Angola. Parts of Namibia too. Cause that's towards the west, even though it is the southwest part. It's still close enough to Central Africa, the Central West Africa, to have Jakes, Judites, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi scattered among them. No, a higher concentration scattered among them. It's also why a lot of them cut straight hell. But yeah, they're involved there. Of course, North Africa was Ishmael. Ishmael run North Africa. Ishmael populated. Ishmael be the main population there. Algeria, Egypt. Okay, so Sudan, which be mainly Ishmael and Ham. South Africa, mainly Ham. We got Esau. And you got some Jake scattered. But anyways, damn, I was trying to look for another one, man. The new scramble for Africa. Trying to find it. Hmm. Fuck, hold on. Yep. Esau, basically Esau, Moab. I got this map. Esau, like Babylon, Babylon, Canada, which is Babylon, part two. Then you have the European Union, the Beast. Then you got the 1948ers all up in there, been at them. Then you have India, Elamites. See, Elam. You have then you have, which they're in Asia too. Then you have Slovakia. And then China and Japan. Yep. Yeah, the whole scramble for Africa was just Esau, like I said. All right, but anyways, yeah, they basically doing the same type shit that that Esau was doing, promising to help them out with infrastructure and shit in exchange for gotta support us and shit. Type shit, basically. Basically, something like that, like what Babylon be doing. Gotta vote for us at the UN, shit like that. Gotta have military bases on the gotta have military bases, our military bases there and shit. Yeah. All right. Yeah. That's Moab thinks they got next, and they think they want to be like Esau, and they think they're gonna have the position that Esau have in the world too, and that's why they're moving the way that they're moving, just like Esau, just follow Esau's playbook basically, and they even China's like then set up like you go to China's. That's basically the New World Order right there, man. They already got it set up like that. Surveillance state like a motherfucker. Concentration camps and all that. No rights. No rights, just privileges. They work so hard at being like Esau. They did better. They already carried out Esau's agenda in their own homeland. The homeland they got now. But yeah, they followed her that is hated in all her works and inventions, Babylon. Say Tower Yahweh. Verse 49, I will send plagues upon the widowhood, poverty, famine, sword, and pestilence to waste thy houses with destruction and death. Now because they're they're a partaker they're partaker of the hope of Babylon, New World Order, and made themselves like Babylon. Hey, they worked so hard at doing that, like I said, they shit, they already did their great reset over there. Already got their New World Order in place and shit. Now Esau trying to play catch up, and also because he got a short time too before Esau goes down. But Moab ain't got next. Jacob got next. So instead, Moab is gonna get destroyed too, just not completely. Verse 50, and the glory of the power shall be dried up as flour when the heat when the heat shall arise that is sent over thee. Ultimately, the nukes that hit those major cities over there. Verse 51, thou shalt be weakened as a poor woman with stripes, and as one chastised with wounds, so that the mighty and lovers shall not be able to receive thee. Yeah, the economy rendered useless. Verse 52, would I with jealousy have so proceeded against thee, saith Yahweh. Verse 53, if thou hadst not always slain my chosen, exalting the stroke of thine hands and saying over the dead when thou was drunken. Yep, always slain. Like they like Babylon also put hell on Jake, man. Both over there in the land, because when Jake go to Babylon, Salakia, when Jake go to China, Moab land, they don't get treated right. They get treated like shit. They get treated like shit. They're discriminated against. Now you had an example of that recently. You had a commercial where a Jake, want to get down with the Moabite woman, and She pushed them, so she pushed them into yeah. So she pushed them into a washing machine. She pushed them into a washing machine, and he came out looking like a Moabite. Yeah, shit like that, yo. Shit like that. You had Jake, and Ham. Jake looks like Ham. The original looking Jakes look like Hamites. So you also had you got Hamites catching hell, but I would say not. I'd venture to say not as much as Jake, because the curses are on our people. Those so-called African immigrants to China. Some of them is Jake, like from the west of Africa. They be and from Central Africa, particularly West Central Africa. Those immigrants would be for the large part Israelites, and from the East Africa, like Hamites, but you would have speckled birds. Well, you would have Israelite foreigners. Well, Ham does kind of have a different type of look, but it's still so-called Negroid look. But you would have Israelite foreigners. You would have a lot of Israelite foreigners go to China instead of going, to Europe and shit. They go there too. You'd have them go to China because China have less of a reputation of being an oppressor country than these Edomite run countries, because these Edomite run countries been oppressing forever, man. Especially in Africa, with oppressing those Hamites and oppressing Jake, that scattered among them the most. But they doing them dirty. Slaying his chosen. And now adventure and even Israelite foreigners that's among Moab, that particularly the ones that they got the knowledge, they got the zeal, and they got some of the knowledge, because I'd venture to say that some of them that's being called, like those so-called Chinese Christians that's and being locked up for having a Bible and shit. Some of them is that's basically not approved by, the belief is not approved. Belief is not approved by the official church, because they have an official government-backed church over there too in China. For the speckled birds, they're probably targeted to the speckled birds that live there. But shit. What I was gonna say, yeah, the ones that probably some of them Christians that do get locked up, probably some of them, they actually know they're Hebrew Israelites, but they won't put that out there. Those are the ones that they'd be catching the most hell, because they know they're the real threat. They know that the Hebrew Israelites versus Christianity, which is just basically a tool for Esau and shit. Probably them, and I would say not all of the Uyghurs, but it's a lot of them that could be Jakes, and some of them that know the truth, because the truth has found its way around the world. So could have cases of the truth finding its way past the censorship, by brothers, by secret disciples using code words and shit. So, it's probably some of them, they're speckled birds. I say, it's a lot that could be speckled birds because they be catching the curses. Probably a lot of Northern Kingdom. Probably Northern Kingdom, shit, they even look like Northern Kingdom. They look so-called Latino, native. You know, so, and then the ones that know they're Hebrew Israelites, they'd be a threat. Especially, I'm saying this too because the so-called Chinese over there, Chinese government made it fucking basically like made it like a crime because made it a sign that because it's so-called waging a war on Islamic terrorism over there in Uyghur in the land where Uyghurs is from. So, and part of the signs is that if dude is growing a beard out and shit, but that's in the laws, statutes and commandments of the Bible, man. That the Quran actually get that from the laws, statutes, and commandments. But among them Uyghur Muslims, you could have secret. You would probably have secret disciples among them. You know, over there, sorry, New World Order, martial law, Jacob's trouble, all that shit. So they're already persecuting the saints. They're already persecuting the saints and slaying his chosen like they be doing. Thou hast not always slain my chosen. Exalt in the stroke of thine hands and saying over their dead when thou was drunken, and in past times, of course, too, where Israelite foreigners was persecuted by the Moabites over there in China. Just doing what Esau do, doing the same thing Esau do, following what he do. Man. So that's it. Yeah. If thou hast not always slain my chosen, exalted the stroke of thy hands and saying over the dead when thou was drunken. Verse 54 set forth the beauty of thy countenance. Yo, because Moab been hating on Jacob too. Esau been hating the most, but Moab like almost right up there with these devils, man. Verse 55, the reward of thy whoredom shall be in thy bosom. Therefore shalt thou receive recompense, payback. Verse 56, like as thou hast done unto my chosen, say Yahweh, even so power do unto thee, and shall deliver thee into mischief. Yup, Moab think they got next, but they really being delivered into mischief. Verse 57, thy children shall die of hunger, and thou shalt fall through the sword. That city shall be broken down, and all thine shall perish with the sword in the field. Yup, you know, nukes. That's a sword. That's a sword, and it's gonna hit their major cities, gonna break them down. The children gonna die of hunger. Infrastructure down, won't be able to eat. A lot of these areas that don't get hit with nukes, like these other countries that don't get hit by nukes, a lot of them, they gonna be facing a famine and shit. And also, the U.S. is, they're gonna try to get up in there too. All thine shall perish with the sword in the field. Verse 58, they that be in the mountains shall die of hunger. It makes sense that the areas that don't get hit by the nukes like that, as much as Babylon and shit, and even Western Europe, but in Edomite run areas, but especially Babylon being completely obliterated, they're going to be dealing with the famine and shit. It makes sense. They that be in the mountains shall die of hunger and eat their own flesh and drink their own blood, for very hunger of bread and thirst of water. Yep, yep. Verse 59, doubtless unhappy shall come through the sea and receive plagues again. Verse 56, there's going to be an exchange. And in the passage, they shall rush on the idol city and shall destroy some portion of thy land and consume part of thy glory and shall return to Babylon that was destroyed. Uh, Verse 61, and thou shalt be cast down by them as stubble, and they shall be unto thee as fire. Verse 56. Oh shit. 62, 62, Salakia. That verse, past verse was 61. This 62, and shall consume thee in thy cities, thy land, and thy mountains, all thy woods, and thy fruitful trees shall they burn with fire. Also, this you have to consider, the jakes, well, the elect that get beamed up. They're gonna, when the elect get beamed up, Yahweh desire be of that number. We're gonna come down. We're gonna come down and fuck these heathens up with the new glorified bodies. So we're gonna go into Moab land as well because, and also the chariots is gonna be putting in work as well, man. Concentrated fire beams. Because Moab is also going to be involved with Esau and trying to fight Yahweh Shai and going to be those Moabites fighting against Yahweh Shai are going to be destroyed. Verse 63. Ah, shit. So that's also, besides the nukes, it's going to hit Moab land, China. You also got the elect, got the UFO concentrated fire beams that's going to be putting in work, and angels going to be putting in work. And also the elect were going to come down. Verse 63, and then eventually this. Thy children shall they carry away captive. Look what thou hast. Yeah, after, putting in work. Also this. Verse 63, thy children shall they carry away captive. And look what thou hast, they shall spoil it and mar the beauty of thy face, because the Moabites are going to be a washpot in the kingdom. That's your future. More of my washpot. Moab, my washpot. Moab is my washpot. Psalm 60:8, KJV. Moab is my washpot. Over Edom will I cast out my shoe. Philistia triumphed out because of me. Yeah, Moab is my washpot. That's going to end up happening. Yo. Not only is it Moab going to be, used to destroy Babylon, Moabite troops is going to be in the Middle East, the Valley of Yehoshaphat, along with Babylonian troops, along with the NATO troops, Russian troops, all the nations, all the countries, all the countries around the world. Also, they're gonna be also the elect is gonna come visit them, and they're gonna get touched by nukes, and the elect is gonna come visit them. Not to meet and greet either. They gonna become a washpot, a washpot, a washpot of for us, man. Yep. Oh, and Moab is gonna help destroy. Oh yeah. No, hold on. Never mind. I was gonna say something. But yeah. Esau, Moab, and all these heathens, man. All these other heathens, they're through. They're through because they're through. They're just being used to destroy each other and destroy Babylon, and judge the 2/3. And 2/3, particularly you fucking sell out Ishkarites that's helping in this plot to bring MERS into America because you think that y'all gonna get the Southwest back and shit. It's a trap. It's a trap. Ain't gonna get the Southwest back. Y'all gonna be blamed just with Levi. There's Ishkarites that are called illegal immigrants in America by Esau, and they're gonna be rounded up. Hey, it's all part of Esau's plans, man. You have Operation Garden Plot as well. Operation Garden Plot, which is, I believe, is a part of Rex 84. Operation Cable Splicer, specifically for y'all. Operation Cable Splicer, yep. A sub-program of the Rex 84 program, which was established on the reasoning that if a mass exodus of so-called illegal aliens crossed the Mexican-U.S. border, they would be quickly rounded up and detained in detention centers by FEMA. Rex 84 allowed many military bases to be closed down and to be turned into prisons. Operation Cable Splice, Kelly, I believe, was closed down. Operation Cable Splicer is the program, like you have Lackland, which is still open. I believe Kelly was actually shut down, if I'm not mistaken. Rex 84 allowed many military bases to be closed down and to be turned into prisons. Operation Cable Splicer is the program for an orderly takeover of the state and local governments by the federal government. FEMA's executive arm of the common police state. and thus will head up all operations. And this government is already, shit, it's already actually being run by FEMA. You know, your boy Trump gave the control, like his control that he had, you know, as the president, not the CEO, like your boy, what's his face? You know, she brought out some info, but that's controlled opposition. Your boy, um, fuck, Karras one, you like he said. You know, really, he's like the spokesperson, but yet the little powder he had, man, powder he had, he gave it over, which the executive have more power than legislative, have more, gave it over. That's how it's really set up. Gave over the power to FEMA. So it's like being run by FEMA. They're just figureheads. They're figureheads. Biden figurehead. FEMA really running the shit. Yep. So that's already in place. The presidential executive orders already listed on the Federal Register are also part of this legal framework for this operation, such as the executive order to such as the executive order to that they could take all our shit. That's was passed 2012 National Defense Preparedness executive orders by your boy, the Hamite homo Obama. He's not a so-called black man. He's a so-called African. He's a Hamite. not our people. But yeah. Him and you know, I believe W. Bush also passed directives, you know, draconian type directives that are going to be implemented as well. National defense directives and shit back in 2007. Back in 2007. And you had, you know, them, all these executive orders, man. All these fucking executive orders, all the draconian shit. They're going to be implemented. Then you're going to have, you know, up to the recent one where if they say you have the measles, or it's a whole list of diseases where they could, if they say you got it, you got to go with us type shit. It's all going to be implemented. NDAA, which is not EO, but on the books. I'm going to implement it. Just total lockdown coming, man. They could even make you a slave. They could literally make you a slave on them 2012 executive orders. They could make you a slave. But yeah, man. Hey, the new world order, the Jacob's trouble, the whole enchilada that's Esau about ready to roll out, getting ready to roll out. And hold on, shit, I didn't mean to close that. Cable splicer, particularly cable splicer, you know, they're gonna, you know, they're getting ready to activate that shit. And I got that article. Let me get that article about Biden hiring, Biden administration looking for guards for Gitmo guards. Yep, guards. Gitmo guards who can speak Haitian Creole, yup, and Spanish. Yup. Biden administration seeks DHS seeks contractor to run migrant detention facility at Gitmo. Guards who speak Haitian Creole. Also Spanish. Let me get into that article. DHS told NBC News it will not send Haitian nationals being yeah, right, Esau, being encountered at the southwest border to the Gitmo Bay facility. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You're looking for a whole contractor to run migrant detention facility at Gitmo guard to speak Haitian Creole. Hey, Esau lies with no shame, man. Like, yeah, right. You gonna contract them for nothing then? Yeah, right, Esau. Yeah. You believe that? I got oceanside property in New Mexico to sell you. Alright. Anywho, let me get into this article. The Biden administration it was published 2 days ago, and just in case I didn't mention that before, the Biden administration is advertising for a new contract to operate a migrant detention facility at the U.S. naval base in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, with the requirement that some of the guards speak Spanish and Haitian Creole, according to government records. A little-known immigrant holding facility on the base has a capacity of 120 people, the records say, and it will have an estimated daily population of 20 people, according to a solicitation for bids issued Friday by the Department of Homeland Security. According to the solicitation, formal bidding is expected to take place later this fall. "Quote unquote, the service provider shall be responsible to maintain on site the necessary equipment to erect temporary housing facilities for populations that exceed 120 and up to 400 migrants in a surge event." Oh, in a surge event, quote unquote. The contract solicitation said, Operation Cable Splice for anybody? The records prove no indication that the Biden administration. Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. Devil. The record. How is that not an indication? How is that not an indication? Oh, we didn't specifically say your ass up. Semantics games. The records provided no indication that the Biden administration is planning to transfer migrants from the southern border to Gitmo. In the recent past, migrants picked up at sea have been housed there for short periods. So Esau, shut the fuck up. On Thursday, after publication of this article, White House press secretary. Oh shit! After publication of this article, White House press secretary Jennifer Psaki told reporters that the administration would not be sending Haitian migrants from the southern U.S. border to the facility, and said, "quote unquote, there's never been a plan to do that." I think there was some confusion related to the migrant Operation Center, fucking bitch, which has been used for decades to process migrants interdicted at sea for third country resettlement, quote unquote. Oh, fucking please. Give me a break, bitch. She said the solicitation for bids caused, quote unquote, caused some confusion because of the timing. Yeah, no shit. But was, quote unquote, routine. Yeah, sure, Esau. Sure. Posted as the first step in the contract renewal and quote unquote and unrelated to the southern border. Sure, Esau. Sure. Sure. Your ass up. Their efforts at damage at damage control is so fucking obvious. It's see through. In a statement to NBC, show ass up, bro. I just read that. That man, I'm telling you, this devil, this devil, he lies with no shame. He can't help himself, man. Quote unquote, the contract was initially awarded, as a little cover story, awarded in 2002 with the current term ending on May 31st, 2022. Migrants are awaiting resettlement who are not an ICE company at the MOC are neither detained nor imprisoned and are free at any time to return to their country or origin, quote unquote. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. It's being used to process migrants interdicted at sea for third country resettlement. So it's like booking. Are you free to fucking just walk out of there? And guards. What do guards do? They keep you from escaping. Esau's pathetic, man, for real. Can't even lie right. Guantanamo Bay is best known these days, but he still do it. Can't help himself. As the site of a prison for high-value terrorism detainees, including Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the confess. Like, just tell the truth, nigga. That's asking too much of him. My bad. My bad. The the so-called confessed 9/11 mastermind. Like, of course, the Patsy, right? The top Patsy, who was on trial there before a military commission. But the base has long included a DHS immigration holding facility, one with the controversial past linked to Haiti. Oh, shit. Oh, but surely these Haitians ain't gonna be sent back over there, right? Right? And any Ishkarites that may have been with them, right? 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 Shut. Well, why don't you? Yeah, you could, you could take that bullshit. Hey, Esau, you could take that bullshit and you could shove it right back up your ass. Hey, Esau, man, I'm telling you, that devil is a pathological liar for real. During the George H.W. Bush administration from 91 to 93, when many Haitians sought to flee the country to seek asylum in Florida, as many as 12,000 were sent to Gitmo. Oh, under a policy overseen by then Attorney General William Barr. Oh, immigrants advocates said at the time that the policy was driven because these devils is these devils' lies is see through. They're even cutting their damn selves, contradicting themselves and shit. Immigrants advocates at the time said at the time that the policy was driven. The devil's a clown, man. Said at the time that the policy was driven in part by the fact that some of the Haitians were HIV positive. Oh, what do we have? What kind of conspiracy did these DARPA devils and Fauci and them fucking cook up? Oh, they was trying to. Oh, they're trying to sneak super. Them in China's trying to sneak super mercs across the border. So and the reason why these Haitians back then was deported and incarcerated in Gitmo, processed in Gitmo, was because they were HIV positive. Oh. So they was carrying the disease, HIV, contagious disease. Oh, okay. So this time around, when they released the super merge, they could say, "Oh, the Haitians brought it here. We gotta detain them. We need to detain them and send them to that facility in Gitmo as well as others, since there's a lot of them." Oh, they say they're not gonna do it, but that ain't not that ain't nothing but bullshit. In recent years, successive administrations have spent millions of dollars on infrastructure at the DHS facility. Oh, building cement pads for tents, and buildings with crude latrines. Oh, millions of dollars, and they ain't gonna use it. Come on. Oh shit. President Donald Trump talked about sending migrants there, but he never did. Oh. According to a book by an author later identified as Miles Taylor, former DHS official, damn it. Before the quote unquote, before the president could make a public case for the concept, officials squashed it. Taylor wrote, quote unquote. Okay, whatever. The new DHS Biden gonna do it. The new DHS contract solicitation said that the winning bidder would have to supply tents and cots, and that the contractor must be able to have these assembled and be ready for little notice, quote unquote. Oh, be ready with little notice, almost like they're expecting prisoners. These devils think they're slick. They about as slick as a motherfucker. Wearing shoes made out of wearing slippers made out of sandpaper. Trying to fucking skate on a floor covered with Gorilla Glue. Trying to skate on a sandpaper floor covered with Gorilla Glue. In other words, not slick at all. Adding quote unquote, in addition, in fact, just the opposite. But anyways, adding quote unquote, in addition, the service provider must maintain a roster of at least 50 individuals who meet the minimum requirements of the unarmed custody officer job classification and have a viable contingency plan to deploy those individuals within 24 hours of notification. Quote unquote, they gotta be deployed fast, man. They gotta be ready to be deployed fast because there's a workload coming in. And my ass, they're gonna be unarmed. It adds, quote unquote, at least 10% of the augmented personnel must be fluent in Spanish and Haitian Creole. Oh, air transportation. Oh shit! Almost like they're gonna detain so-called Mexicans and Haitians all Haitians who may know both Spanish and Haitian Creole because they've been in Mexico. Air transportation to slash from the facility is the sole responsibility of the service provider, quote unquote. Yeah, Esau, he put it out. He'll put out an article like this, like basically like throwing it out there. Oh, we're sitting up, throwing it out there, kind of telling you what he's trying to do. And then through that article, he'll deny and then he'll contradict himself several times. Like, oh we're doing that shit, but it's not like that though. Well, we actually are doing that shit, but it's not like that though. Well, we are doing that shit. We are doing that shit. But don't worry, it's not like that though. But yeah, we certainly are doing that shit. Yeah. But yeah, it's not it ain't even like that. It's not like that though. But we are doing that shit with I'm telling you, man. Straight confusion, that article. That's Esau, man. He'll baffle you with bullshit. You're like, what you trying to say, nigga? Shit, dude, it's double. And that's, yup. Just like this quote by W.C. Fields, if you can't dazzle them with brilliance, which they can't, baffle them with bullshit. Like, huh? What's going on here? This Edomite. Oh, page unavailable. An unexpected error occur. We will investigate this problem as soon as possible. Please check back soon. Sure. Totally. Oh, it was temporary unavailable. Satan. I refreshed it. Did say check back shortly. And it shows that, quote, if you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit. That's Esau's strategy. It's lie and confusing. Hey, Edomite, he's the one who said it. Pretty sure this guy's an Edomite. Edomite looking individual. And sounding. Yeah. But yup, he is. That's some deceiving ass shit. That's why you trust not thine enemy. You fucking Levites, man. And you sell out Ishkarites, man. Trust not thy enemy. It never fails. Ecclesiastes 12:10. Never trust thine enemy, for like his iron rusted, so is his wickedness. You Levites, man, why y'all go, like for example, y'all trusted in Esau, you trusted in oppression, and went to the same fucking spot in Del Rio, Texas, instead of dipping away and maybe heading somewhere else, like surely not the same spot, all in one area. Surely not just in one area. Like maybe have some, since y'all heading to Babylon, which shouldn't even be doing, heading to Tijuana and shit. So instead, So y'all should have done that. Headed to fucking Tijuana. Why y'all gonna go to fucking Texas? First of all, fucking Del Rio, Texas. The situation is too weird too. Why they all go to one spot? Del Rio, Texas. That situation is fishy too, man. That's weird. Fuck, dude. Yeah, this shit gross to the bitch. Oh, this hell. Yeah. Like, dude. Never trust thine enemy. Esau probably told him. Yeah. Come over here, man. Come to Del Rio, Texas. We'll process you into this country, man. We got y'all. We got y'all. Trusting and oppression, man. Probably some NGO organization that was like, they pretend to be your friend, pretend to be your friend, man. They're so-called charitable philanthropists, like the Prince Philip type. Bill Gates. Bill hates Bill hates Jake. Bill Gates of hell. And you know what I'm talking about. The so-called philanthropists, aka the elites of Esau. Yeah. Never trust thine enemy. For like as iron rusts, so is his wickedness. And this is another reason why you so-called Haitians, you Levites, you fucking got deceived. Even the ones that didn't get deported and y'all got sent to other parts of the country. Yeah, you got deceived. You got deceived. And then you had all these northern kingdom Ishkarites and Zebulonites heading into the country. They just was coming into the country. Oh shit, Biden's president now. They ain't finna do shit to us. We get the hell out of this shithole that this same damn country created. Babylon created, man. We can get all our countries that Babylon turned into a ghetto, but worse, and go straight to Babylon. Oh shit, cause Biden here, nobody gonna deport us. It's a trap. It was a trap. This devil was plotting. You can't ever trust that devil. Because now y'all finna be blamed for this new MERS entering into the country, man. And get rounded up. Now you can't ever trust your enemy. Just like iron is always gonna rust, this devil is always gonna be the devil. A deceiver, a false accuser, conniving motherfucker. Verse 11, though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and be aware of him, and thou shalt be unto him as if thou hast wiped a looking glass. And thou shalt know that his rust hath not been altogether wiped away. Though he humble himself and go crouching, like Job Low talking about, I ain't finna deport you. I don't believe in deporting motherfuckers, basically is what he said. I don't think they should be deported. And look what he doing now. Changed his, I'm get into it, but he switched up. He pulled that bait and switch, man. That's what he did. Yet take good heed and be aware of him, and thou shalt be unto him as if thou hadst wiped the looking glass, and thou shalt know that his rust hath not been altogether wiped away. They always pull that bait and switch on our people, man. Ain't y'all learn, man? Ain't y'all learn from you Haitians, man? Come on, y'all should know. You tribal Levi, man. You fought all, well, you fought all, y'all fought all, y'all ancestors, which is y'all, fought off the French speaking Edomites, whooped their ass, just to get fucked over. Y'all basically, y'all thought y'all got your independence when y'all didn't really. And you're having to pay for your independence. Yep. So what ended up happening, and then whatever. Yep. And then a magnet for exploitation. Oh shit! I was on point. The independence debt. Yep. Haiti became. Yep. Haiti country profile. It's a BBC News article, 2012. Updated the July 7th to 2021. July the 7th. 7/7. 21. That's 3 sevens. 2 sevens and then one more to make 21. It is. It's. Never mind. But that article, I'm gonna get into it because it's some info. Haiti became the world's first so-called black-led republic and the first independent Caribbean state when it threw off French colonial control and slavery in the early 19th century, but did it really? But independence came at a crippling cost. It had to pay reparations to France, which demanded compensation for former slave owners. Oh shit, so they had to pay for it. In the 19th century, quote-unquote, independence debt was not paid off until 1947. There have been recent calls for France to repay the money. Yup. So they had to pay for their own for their so-called independence, which is not true independence. More like an extortion payment. If you don't like a mafia extortion payment. Yeah. If you don't pay us, something bad is gonna happen to that shop, that little shop you own. That's what it was. It's a mafia. It was a mafia payment, man. Really, if you look at it, chronic instability, dictatorships, and natural disasters in recent decades have left it as the poorest nation in the Americas, because it was due to the curses, of course. Levi thought they was gonna throw off the curses just like that. No. The curses stick to you, man, until the Lord take them off. Chronic instability till your house side come back, really, to take the curses off. Chronic instability, Esau funding revolutions to overthrow democratically elected leaders that don't play ball, or even dictators that don't play ball, or dictators that he first installed that later on don't play ball, or the people rise up against those dictators that Esau installed and they fucking get put down. Dictatorships that Esau backs up. And natural disasters in recent decades have left it as the poorest nation in the Americas because they are constantly getting fucked over. That's why. Constantly, no control over it. It's almost like they never won their independence. An earthquake in 2010 killed more than, that was hard. killed more than 200,000 people and caused extensive damage to infrastructure and the economy. Yep, caused by HARP. That caused earthquakes as well. A UN peacekeeping force was put in place in 2004 to help stabilize the country. Yep, so they had basically the police, international, and only withdrew in 2017. The National Guard International. You could look at it as that. No, because Haiti's like a big hood, basically. It's been made to be a big hood, and the cops is always all up in the hood. They always, yeah, they doing the same shit to Haiti that they probably worse. I'd say worse than they do to Jake over here in the hood. On July 7th, oh, that's why it was updated. 2021, unidentified gunmen entered the home of President Jovenel Moise up in the capital Port-au-Prince, killing him. Yep. Because you don't get to stand up to the elites, you know? They take you out. If you're a leader of a country, they take and you stand up. You don't want your people to take. You don't want to force the jab on the people, which is what he's really. Which is why they hated on him, man. Which is why Esau wanted him out. It's not because of. It's not. Well, he was fighting corruption, but not like what you think. Not like what people think, but like he was fighting Esau. He wasn't playing ball with Esau. It's interesting that his name, I'm gonna get it. Jovenel, don't that mean youngin in French? Jovenel Moise. Don't that mean young? Let me get it. I believe it do. I'm gonna verify it. Moise means Moses. Moses was of the tribe of Levi. Spiritual. That his name was that. Because he was a Levite. Name, meaning, Jovenel. I believe Jovenel Morsi. Jovenel meaning, just get that, because Morsi, I believe it means Moses. That's heavy. That was his name. French to English, because that's basically French. Jovenel, but it's like Creole. Jovenel mode. Let me flip them. I don't flip them and see if it's what I think it means. Young, because Jovenel sound like juvenile. Oh, Morsi means Moses. Yeah, I studied French growing up, so I kind of know. But Morsi means Moses, and then hold up, let me get Haitian Creole. Let me flip shit. But probably Moisey mean the same. Moisey be the same, sort of. I would say different, but Moise, so it's kind of similar. Jan, June, June mean young, but it sound like Joe. It must be like a name. Names is like spelled kind of different than motherfucking uh motherfucking. They're like derived from them words. That's why, but they're not them words. Jovenel mean young man. Young man Moses. Young man Moses. Young man Moses. Jovenel Moise mean that. Young man Moses in French. Young man Moses. And he was a Levite. He was a Levite. Not saying he was Moses, alright? He ain't fucking scoffers on there. Obviously not. Obviously not. But it's interesting that he had that name. Jovenel Moses. It was like, well, how old was that? How old was that Jake? He was 50, 53 years old. The youngest president of Haiti. You can't make this shit up, man. They put some guy because he had to, sell out to get up there, right? They put some guy named Jovenel Moise, young man Moses, in charge of Haiti. A Levite by the name of Jovenel Moses, Jovenel Moise, which means young man Moses, in charge of Haiti. In charge of Haiti. Then when he bucked up, they murked his ass. Oh, Levite, who was Moses was a Levite in charge of a country made up mostly of Levites. And then when he bucked up, they murked him. It was almost like, like ritualistic, bro. Well, you fucking Levites, you will never have another Moses. It was almost like that. It was almost like that, bro. Dude, yeah, I knew it was the last name sounded just like Moses, based on the French, on how French words be built, probably was. But Jovenel sounded like young, some, like juvenile. So young man Moses. Hey, that's heavy right there. You had a president of Haiti named Young Man Moses, whose name in French, a Haitian Creole. The name in Haitian Creole mean Young Man Moses. Obviously, had to, sell out to get up there, but he bucked up. When he bucked up, they fucking murked him. And it was ritualistic. It was like, yeah, it was ritualistic. Yeah, Jovenel mean young man. Yep. It was ritualistic. How they did, it was fucking ritualistic. You never have another Moses. Just like Esau was sending a message to the Levites. You never have another Moses. Also shows you, well, should know by now, that these devils know where the tribes are at. Esau is Esau is a motherfucker. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yo. But see what he did to y'all then? Did y'all then stay denied? But come on now. We know this devil took out Mosey. We know he was taken out by Esau. You know he was taken out by Esau. Yep. And then what? You got the jab in the country now. Now you got the jab. See how it worked? Immediately, the Cloud Joseph, the prime minister, when he took his place, oh shit, I better play ball, or they gonna do me like Moisey. Ritualistic for real, man. This shit ritualistic. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heeding. But all the times that you Levites, so-called Haitians, got fucked over, come on, you was still gonna trust him. You was still gonna trust this devil, man. You was still. This devil was mocking you, mocking y'all. 2/3 of so-called Haitians don't know y'all Levi. Maybe some of y'all don't want to get right. But, yeah, some of y'all probably do. But for the ones that don't, you're just mocking y'all. I killed your Esau, like I murdered your president, Jovenel Mossy, man, which means young man Moses. Basically sending that message, you ain't finna get another Moses. And not only is you ain't finna get another Moses, you coming to Babylon. You cut, which is Egypt, all over again. Esau. You can't tell me that this so-called white man ain't Esau and the damn devil that the Bible speaks of. As yo, come on. He totally is. He totally is the damn devil, man. sending slick shots, man. Sneak dissing y'all, man. Sneak dissing Levi. And not only that, you coming back to Egypt. You coming back to Egypt, America, Babylon. Fucking devil. Not only that, we're gonna blame you like we're gonna kill y'all. We're gonna blame you for the new MERS as an excuse to kill y'all. It's totally a setup, man. It's totally a setup, man. And not surprising that Joe Blow, bruh, man, the apostles and his Akim also as well. Other Akim, that the elders that say Biden is Antiochus, and I agree. Seems right. The Maccabees were Levites. It makes sense that he would blame this pandemic part 2 entering into Babylon on Levi. It makes sense. But also, considering some of them may be some of the Maccabees come back. You have some elect among them Levites. migrants. You have some elect among them that got to be woken up, because Babylon is the main place, aka Egypt, aka Sodom and Egypt, is the main place, aka the land of Idumea, is the main place where Yasharallah, where the Israelites are going to be delivered from. So it makes sense. You have you have these other tribes coming down here to Babylonia. It makes sense. It makes sense. The second Exodus is gonna occur from the second Egypt. A lot of them is gonna occur from the second Egypt, place spiritually known as Sodom and Egypt. This is heavy, man. It's all adding up, and it makes sense. That's why the tribes are having to go. They're catching hell where they're at. The tribes is outside Babylon, catching hell where they're at, and having to migrate here to Babylon. It's all set up. It's set up so that the 1/3, the elect among them, can be saved from here, and the 2/3 will be put to death. Yep. That's how the Most High Yahweh set it up, man. He a man of war. Yep. Have you Levites trust in Esau, who's openly mocking you? Have you always oppressed you? Always stabbed you in the back? And you Ishkarites too, man. You Ishkarites too, helping to carry that super merce into Babylon. Helping to build the New World Order as well, man. You sellouts, man. Talking to the sellouts. You Ishkarite banditos, man. Helping to do that shit. I don't know. And y'all been, you Ishkarite cartel members, man. Especially leaders. Some of these cartel members, they look up to their leaders as father figures, just like Jake look up to them OGs here in Babylon. Just following, they father figures because they think they're really looking out for them. And they think that's going to be a way out the oppression. But y'all shouldn't be, man. What happened to sellouts that trusted in Esau, man? What happened to the first sellouts among Issachar that sold out to Esau? The Malinches, man. What happened to them, man? Are they doing better because they sold out? Are they doing better because they sold out? Nah, obviously not, man. They're doing worse. They're doing worse. Because they're doing worse, man. Esau use you, then lose you. But you tribes, got to learn that lesson the hard way all over again. When Esau blames Ishkarites that are here in Babylon, particularly the ones that are deemed to be illegal, called illegal by Esau in the system. When Esau blames y'all for the super MERS being spread, along with the so-called Haitians, Levites, Los negros que son tus hermanos. Verse 11. Yep, though he humbled himself and go crouching. No, but he humbled himself and went crouching. Yep, along with Moab. Got Moab in on it. Oh, we're going to help you get the southwest of America back. You know, you probably have NGOs that want Ishkar to work on the side of the left wing of the Eagle that told Ishkar that before, man. We gonna help you get the Southwest back. Nah, bro. They playing with you. You ain't gonna get the Southwest back. All you gonna get, all y'all gonna get is a trip to a detention facility in Gitmo or another place, man, because this devil deceived you, along with Moab. Los damn man, so-called Los Llamados Chinos, man. Along with them, man, betrayed you. He used you, they ain't gonna betray you. Cause Moab is on that Esau shit. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed. And Moab is an adversary to our people too. One of our top adversaries, not the top one. And we have two of them cooperating here to fuck our people over. Because better believe it, this is directed at Israelites. This is not directed at Edomites. This is not directed at, sure, not Moabites. This is not directed at anybody else, any other heathen nation but Israelites. You know, and you have Israelites falling for the bullshit. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed, they're not doing that, and beware of him. Now shall be unto him as if thou hast wiped a looking glass. Now shall know that his rust hath not been altogether wiped away. You're going to see. You're going to know. Hey, just take heed. Just take heed. Just beware of him. And now shall be unto him as if thou hast wiped the looking glass. Like you have a little fucking glasses. And you wiped them. So you can see clearly. Now shall know that his rust had not been altogether wiped away. And you 2/3, your looking glasses is all caked up, man. So that's why you walking around here all blind and shit. Can't see out them hoes, man. Like you think this devil and these heathens are your friends, man. You think they're your friends? Why are you hating on the men of Yahweh Shimi Al Shai, the watchman of the nation of Israel, telling you the truth? Set him not by thee, lest when he had the only nation with a majority hate on the watchman. Think about it. The 2/3 hate on the watchmen of their own nation. Let's set him not by thee, lest 2/3, 66% hate on the watchmen of their own nation. Set him not by thee, lest when he hath overthrown thee, he stand up in thy place. Did that many times to our people, so many times, man. From the from the time of the Greeks. Shit, even before he was trying to do that. You know, had Haman, the Macedonian Edomite, the Amalekite, tried to do that shit to our people in the land. Tried to do that shit to Mordecai, man. In the land, even tried to do that. You know, it was real plot. You know, when you look into it, was to fuck the king of Persia over as well, man. Finding them destitute of friends. He was an infiltrator. Because other countries will look and see, look what they did if he had been successful. Look what the Persians did to the Israelites, which wasn't even doing nothing wrong to them. This is what the whole purpose of this fucking Edomites, this Amalekite to be specific. For that addition to Esther 16:14. For by these means he thought, finding us destitute of friends, to have translated the kingdom of the Persians to the Macedonians. Yep, the Edomites. So what they do, that's their MO. They act like your friends, and then they stab you in your back. Ask a Gadite, a so-called Native American that knows he's so-called Native American, and you shit, bro. You already know. Set him not by thee, lest when he had overthrown thee, stand up in thy place, neither let him sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat, and thou at the last remember my words and be pricked therewith. Yep, set him not by thee. Don't set this dude. Don't make this dude your right hand. Don't tell this dude all your business. Don't fucking make deals with this dude and expect him to honor it. That's when he had overthrown thee, stand up in that place. Like, don't turn your back to this dude, to this devil, man. Don't turn your back to this devil. Neither let him sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat. And they standing up in our place in the land of Israel. They are calling themselves the Jews. Yeah, you know they are calling themselves our people, but not all the way because they know they're not. That's why they say Israelis, which means inhabitant of the land or citizen of the state of Israel. But they're still calling themselves our people. They're still calling themselves the people of the Lord. They're calling themselves us. They're imposters. They're standing up in our place. Neither let him, and they're calling themselves Americans when, you know, the tribe of Gad is Native Americans as well. All these, all British when the original Brits was so-called black people that was ruling, the men of the covenant. Irish when the original Irish was so-called black folks. Scott going to that, man. Being a Scot goes into you look at the origin of the word goes into being so-called black. German, original man. Come on. They're not original about this devil. Frank, me be honest, this devil ain't honest. Those were Jakes. The Spartans, those were Jakes. The Lacedaemonians. They standing in our place. The Russians, even them devils. Rus Vikings, the Vikings, a lot of them was Jakes. So the Rus Vikings, the Tsars had descended from the Rus Vikings. No, a lot of them was so-called black, like the Danish Vikings, probably some of the Swedish Vikings, probably some, even the Norwegian Vikings, just some of them was lighter skin due to intermixing with Edomites and shit. Because they are reported into the land. Yeah. You know, a lot of them was Jakes, and they got down like Jakes. So even then, the true Russians, by definition, would be Jakes. And then the ones that were there before the Russians, of course, Esau fucked over Japhet before, man. But the Russians, the true ones would be Jakes. And yeah, many examples. And now at the last, remember my words and be pricked therewith. No doubt the last, remember my words and be pricked therewith. Regretting it. Regretting it, man. Oh, yeah. And who? What land? Even Ishkar land, man. Who ruled Ishkar land? It's not so-called Mexicans. It's a Spanish-speaking. It's a Spaniard Edomite elite, man. They're the ones that rule Ishkar land, man. As well as other Northern Kingdom countries. The indigenous people don't rule. Or the indigenous descendants don't rule, which are the Northern Kingdom. Southern Kingdom will run, definitely. The Edomites run those countries. But yeah, man, they stand up in our place. They took our seat. And now at the last, remember my words and be pricked therewith. Both symbolically or figuratively, both that and literally with them jabs, man. Literally being pricked therewith, man. Literally that, and the chip as well, man. The snake bite and the mark that the bite's gonna leave. That's proof that you got the bite. That's you niggas, man. Y'all gonna fall for that great delusion, man. Take the shit. Cause you trust in your enemy. That was actually settled for this, man. The super MERS. Ecclesiastes, it just fits his devil's MO, man. Like he would do some shit like this. Verse 13, who will pity a charmer that is bitten with the serpent, or any such as come nigh wild beasts? So who is gonna pity a charmer that is bitten with a serpent? Like a snake charmer and shit? Who gonna pity that nigga when he get bit? Or any such as come nigh wild beasts? Nobody. You all out here, you go out there, you fuck with an animal out there, man, and he bite your ass. No, ain't nobody gonna feel sorry for you. Nobody gonna pity. Nobody, who shall pity thee, O Jerusalem, because our people be doing that shit. Our people is being a bunch of snake charmers, man. Our people is a bunch of snake charmers trying to charm the serpent, Esau. Jeremiah 15:5. Yeah, trying to charm the serpent. Sing a whole bunch of songs for Esau. Entertain of trim their ways to seek love. Snake charming as niggas. Jeremiah 15:5. For who shall have pity upon thee, O Jerusalem? Also, man, yeah, our people, also be doing that for these heathens. For who shall have pity upon thee, O Jerusalem? Yeah, trying to charm them and shit. Or who shall bemoan thee? Or who shall go aside to ask how thou doest? Who's gonna pity thee? Who is? That's a rhetorical question. Who's gonna have pity upon thee, O Jerusalem? The heathen, Esau definitely won't. He's gonna be doing it to you. The heathens, they're not gonna pity. So what? Fuck you. You're a nigga, but he knows you're Israelite. Fuck you. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Besides, I don't want you to fucking live. You gonna take my place. They hoping that they get to exterminate our people. They hoping. For who shall have pity upon thee, O Jerusalem? So they hoping that Esau succeeds and shit. Or who shall bemoan thee? Or who shall go aside to ask how thou doest? They just think that they could take him down and then, have that new world order. That's all. They just want control over it. They don't care about our people. They never did. Or who shall bemoan thee? Or who shall go aside to ask how thou doest? And even, for your 2/3, you're going to be going through it. You rejected this word, man. You rejected this word. So the elect is not going to give a rat's ass. Like, we're going to, Yahara Dzah, like, you 2/3 was warned, bro. Warned. So nobody's going to pity y'all. 2/3, 2/3 was warned. Proverbs 1. And then you go down to because Proverbs 1 goes into y'all 2/3. Verse 20, wisdom cried without, she uttered her voice in the streets. Verse 21, she cried in the chief place of concourse in the openings of the gates. In the city she uttered her words, saying, this been going on since the late 60s. Abba Bivens. Verse 22, how long, ye simple ones, will you love simplicity, and the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge? Yeah, how long, ye simple ones, will you love simplicity? How long you scorners going to delight in your scorning? How long? How long? How long y'all gonna love dumb shit and delight in scorning? And fools hate knowledge. How long y'all gonna hate on true knowledge and just swallow up propaganda? Like it's like they're zanies and shit. Verse 23, turn you, just buy the propaganda and swallow it down. Or they hand it out for free, so you just swallow it down like you was giving free Xannies or some shit. Verse 23, turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you. I will make known my words unto you. What the prophets have been saying, basically the whole gist of the message. To sum it up. Verses 22 and 23. To sum it up. Verse 24, because I have called and ye refused, I have stretched out mine hand, and no man regarded. Verse 25, but ye didn't regard, you just walked by. Like, yeah, right, just a prophet of doom. You looking like a bum and shit. Look at you with them tablecloth. It's looking like rags on your shoulder and shit. Look at you. What are you doing with your life? Look at you. Oh, is this gonna get you? Just preaching on the sidewalks and shit. Preaching in on just making videos, posting them online. Going into the so-called white man. What's that gonna get you? Telling us we're Israelites. What's that gonna get you? Like y'all 2/3 have been. Oh, like that Eve put it. The Eve talking about how in her fucked up dumbass opinion the Bible is useless. Well, like basically because it won't make her paper. Because she's materialistic minded and also thinks that she's black when nobody's black. Nobody has that skin color. But yeah. First off, second off, skin color do not determine your heritage, but she's a she don't want to get right ultimately. She don't get it and she don't want to get right. So, that and that's the she says it type of shit, and that's the mindset you 2/3 have. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, the Bible was written by the so-called white man anyways. That's what y'all come back with, some of y'all. The Bible was written by the so-called white man anyways. Like, no, it wasn't. So-called white man was not involved at all in writing the Bible. Not at all, actually. So-called white man, no, man. What he did was he took books out of it. That's what he did. So we actually tried to cover up what was written in the scriptures. He actually tried to cover it up instead of bringing it out. Misinformed individuals out there. Because he took out books. King James was a so-called black man. There's evidence of that. Look at it into how he actually had himself portrayed versus how the Renaissance whitewashers have him portrayed. He was clearly a so-called black man. Clearly. Clearly a so-called black man. Yeah, scoffers gonna scoff. And then you got these scoffers. You got these scoffers that are mad because oh, oh, Apostle Paul is not allowing issued a new decree that women should not. Basically speaking to churches, like it's that Apostle Hall was right. You just don't like it. You don't like being reproved. Just fucking you're fucking stiff necked and proud. You scoffers. Full gas. So guess what? Guess what, Yahweh Shai? That's what Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai is about to do to you tribes, man. Whenever you go through it. He's going to put you through it, and whenever you go through it. Verse 26. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh. Verse 27. When your fear cometh, or as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish cometh upon you. Verse 28. Then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. Verse 29, for that they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. And you're going to be crying. You're going to be the first to do it too. Oh, we got to get right. The apostles and elders and the men of GMS and like-minded, oh, they was telling the truth. They was telling the truth. We got to get right. Too late. But we got it now. We got it now. We understand now. We understand now. Oh, we're trying to repent now. And the Most High is basically going to be like, beat it. Beat it. I never knew you. And his son Yahweh Shai, man. Most High Yahweh and the son Yahweh Shai, they're going to be like, beat it. I never knew you. Get away from me, you workers of iniquity. What's going to happen? In fact, I'm going to get it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Matthew 7:22. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, Adawan, Adawan, have we not prophesied in thy name? And in thy name cast out devils? And in thy name, which demons? And that, what it means. And in thy name done many wonderful works. Mm-hmm. Didn't I do all that for you? Like you scoffers is gonna be like that, thinking you're doing the work of how about shimmy all size by scoffing into your guys. Oh, didn't I prophesy in your name? And in your name have I cast out devils? And in our name done many wonderful works. That's how y'all gonna be like. thinking y'all did something. Y'all was doing the right thing. Even though y'all was told y'all wasn't. This being hard-headed, stiff-necked. Verse 23, then will I profess unto them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you workers of iniquity. Yep. Depart from me, you workers of iniquity. That's what is going to be told to you, specifically you 2/3 that know you're Israelites. But you're still 2/3 and your actions show it. And that's why you're scoffing. You're 2/3, that's why you're scoffing on GMS and the apostles and like-minded. Like-minded argument. That's why you got in your feelings when Apostle Tahar issued out that edict, man, because it was like a sifter to the 2/3 that would get in their feelings about women being put in order, and it worked. Verse 29, for that they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh, did not choose it. Instead, y'all was like, no. I believe in the word of Yahweh Shem Yahushai, but not that part. Not that part. Picking and choosing which part you think is true, but not that part. Oh no. No, you mean the women gotta keep silence in the churches? You mean the so-called black woman ain't a queen? Nah. Or the so-called Latina woman, or Native American woman ain't a queen? Nah, I can't accept that, man. That's too much. That's too much, man. That's too much. You know, getting offended. That's too much. It's too much, man. A lot of y'all that's hating, you brothers, quote unquote, so-called brothers that's hating. A lot of y'all is really mama's boys, man. A lot of y'all are simps for both. And a lot of y'all despise male authority coming from the Israelite men, which is why you're like that. You worship women. Which is a very heavy spirit among our people, man. Well, you can disrespect a man all day, especially an Israelite man. But you disrespect a woman, oh shit, niggas be ready to fight you. Niggas be ready to fight you. Because they worship that woman. That's a real heavy spirit. That's actually a real heavy spirit in Israel, man. Even in Israel that know they're Israel. It's a real heavy spirit. The simp, that Queen of Heaven spirit, man. That Jezebel spirit. You 2/3 are like King Ahab. You 2/3 are like King Ahab. And I noticed being around I'm around Ishkar, Northern Kingdom a lot, man. Being where I'm from, man, San Antonio. And especially I'm on the Ishkar side, man, the west side. And being where I'm from, man, It's heavy problem in all tribes, but I'd say Northern Kingdom, man. Northern Kingdom got it real bad, man. Got it real bad. That's a lot of Ishkar, well, it's real heavy rooted in Northern Kingdom. A lot of them, they get offended whenever you disrespect women in general. Even if you're telling the truth. If you are telling the truth, it doesn't matter. If a woman feels some type of way about, or feels disrespected, feels uncomfortable, feels slighted, crossed, niggas be ready to fight you. It's a Northern Kingdom niggas be ready to fight you over that. Just over that. They got beef with you. Just over that. That's a heavy problem in the 2/3, man. I'm not saying it ain't a problem in the Southern Kingdom. It is a problem in the Southern Kingdom as well. With the so-called black woman is my queen type mindset. But you also have that among Northern Kingdom real bad with the so-called Latina woman. You have that woman worshiping spirit among Jake. And so that's a stumbling block. For even a lot of people that a lot of these Jakes that know they're Israel, man. It's a big stumbling block. Because they still ain't put away that old man. Which you're supposed to put away the old man. The old man was a sip. The old man was a white knight. The old man, etc., man, was an adulterer. Old man was a drug dealer, etc. You know what the old man was, what your old self was. Just apply it to yourself. Hold on, apply it to yourself. A lot of men be defending women committing adultery and shit. A lot of men be defending that because it's a woman's right to choose or whatever. But when a man do some shit, it's totally different energy. Ephesians 4:22, that you put off, even though when a man has a man, fucks with another woman, as long as she doesn't have a man, it's legal. Well, technically, if she's a virgin, but you don't barely have that here in Babylon. So, but with that said, a man can have more than one woman, but you tell that to these niggas out here, and they look at you, especially these Northern Kingdom niggas out here, they look at you like you have 10 heads and 10 arms and 10 legs. What the fuck do you mean? You tripping. That's how they look at you. That's the old man grew up here in Babylon. Got taught to be a feminist and shit. You're grown to be a feminist. You're raised to be a feminist here in Babylon. But, you have a lot of men in Israel, the circumcision, know the truth, that ain't put off that old man yet. And that's their downfall. Ephesians 4:22, that ye put off concerning the former conversation the old man, which is corrupt according to the deceitful lust. The old man. They wasn't able. Reason why is so-called brothers that ain't able to put away the old man is because they can't get it. They can't get it. You have 2/3 in the ranks, man. They're being exposed. Ever learning, but not able to come to the knowledge of the truth. Just can't get it. Even if they try, they can't get it. And so they hate what they can't understand. 2 Timothy 3:7, ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. These niggas, man. This sort or these scoffing ass niggas, man. These scoffing ass niggas. These. This is a fucking description of them, man. These niggas, bruh. These niggas, man. 2 Timothy 3:1. This know also that in the last days perilous times shall come. Times 1 right now. Verse 2, for men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy. Men, and that includes it includes the women as well. Shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, can't get enough. Boasters, insatiable, want everybody else to have, covetous. Have that evil eye because he want it. Willing to do whatever. That's covetous. Boasters, that's having a covetous mindset, which leads to you wanting to steal it. Adultery in your heart, that's covetousness, really. That's covered under that. That's covetousness. The wife is a possession. Boasters, you tell niggas that, they look at you like you got 20 heads. Fuck 10 heads. Boasters, because of the feminists, because this is a matriarchal society, gynocentric society. That's why. But let me continue. Boasters. That's you 2/3 these days. Boasters. Proud. Proud come next. Boasters. Hey, man, y'all be quick to flex. Quick to flex. But it's difficult for you to give credit, especially to an Israelite man. That's why y'all don't want to listen to an Israelite man admit he right. You have those in the truth, man. So-called, those that know of the truth. Not truly in the truth if you're still like that. Not truly woke. And put off that old man that was asleep. Comatose. Proud. Proud. That's why they can't admit they're wrong. That's why they scoff at you instead. They're proud. That's why that scoffer couldn't answer my reply. I replied with women should keep silence in churches. Couldn't answer it. Salakia. My bad. Afflictions. Blasphemers. No, they quick to do that, man. They quick to do that. Blaspheme. They quick to do that shit. They quick to do that. They quick to Calvin out. They quick to do that shit, man. They quick to do it. They quick to talk down on what they don't know about. Talk down, just ignore parts of the Bible, man. Call us wicked because we enforcing it. Now, you have camps that say that the Apostle Paul, the writings of the Apostle Paul, wasn't the word of Yahweh Hashem Yahushua. Yeah, it's talking about y'all. Going off. You have camps saying one body in Yahushua, I believe. I believe they're the ones that say that you're not supposed to worship Yahushua when you are supposed to worship him. You're supposed to give him due reverence because he is a Mashiach, man. he died for us and he come back to save us. Every other angel, which he's an angel because he's a messenger, every other angel, like you not supposed to bow to him. You could tell when Yahushai will make a debut because you're supposed to bow to him. There you see several cases of them bowed or men of the Lord bowing to Yahushai. Melchizedek, Abraham bowed to him because he was Yahushai. So you're supposed to worship Yahushai. As precept right here for one. Proverbs 2:12. Kiss the son lest he be angry, ye perish from the way when his wrath is kindled but a little. For he yields he lights. Blessed are all they that put their trust in him. Do homage in purity. Do homage in purity. It means. Yep. Yep. Okay. Joshua 5:13. And it came to pass when Joshua was by Jericho, he lifted up his eyes and looked, behold, there stood a man over against him with the sword drawn in his hand. And Joshua went unto him and said unto him, Art thou for us or for our adversaries? Verse 14. But he said, Nay, but as captain of the host of Yahweh am I now come. And Joshua fell on his face to the earth and did worship and said unto him, What saith my Lord unto his servant? And he didn't tell him to get back up. In fact, he told him this. Verse 15, and the captain of Yahweh's host said unto Joshua, loose thy shoe from off thy feet, for the place whereon thou standest is holy. And Joshua did so. And contrasted this right here. Revelation 2:22 and 18. And I, John, saw these things and heard them. And when I had heard and seen, I fell down to worship before the feet of the angel which showed me these things. Verse 9, and he said unto me, see thou do it not, for I am thy fellow servant of thy brethren the prophets, and of them which keep the sayings of this book. Worship power Yahweh, also showing you the prophets of angels. But yeah, it's difference between Yahweh Shai and that was Yahweh Shai. That angel was Yahweh Shai. That was the difference. He was Yahweh Shai making the debut. But yeah, let me get verse 2. For men shall be lovers of, I got into that because bunch of scoffers, man. Blasphemers. Yep, there you go. Saying shit like Yahweh Shai shouldn't be worshipped. Disobedient to parents, unthankful, and unholy, unset apart. Want to be like the world. Holy means set apart. That's why that's why I still be telling people to take the V thing, man. Deal with the V thing. ISCBK too. And that's also why people is not with. There's people. That's also why 2/3 that know of the truth are not with the new edict by Apostle Tahar, because they don't want to be set. They not set apart from the world. They're not set apart from the world. They're part of the world. The world teach you that man and woman is equal and shit, or a woman and a woman is more equal. That's what the world teach you. The scriptures tell you different. Nature show you different. But the world run by Esau show you nature prove what the scriptures had to say. But the world shown by Esau, through them red colored glasses that Esau give you. Just saying. The world according to Esau, man. One part of the world according to Esau is that men and women are equal, but women are more equal. Feminism. Verse 3, which is why y'all have a problem with Apostle Tahar's edict. Verse 3, because y'all worshippers of Diana, man. Queen of Heaven worshippers, man. Diana, go back to the Queen of Heaven. be doing that shit with him. I'm thinking this shit. It's a tricky surface to actually do that type of shit. It's hard to get it right. But anyways, though, let me continue on. When they knew, let me get this example right here. This is you niggas. When in the spirit, this is you niggas. This is a spirit that you niggas got, man. You niggas that came against Apostle Tahara's edict. Acts 19 and 34. But when they knew that he was a Jew, all with one voice, about the space of 2 hours, cried out, "Great is Diana of the Ephesians." You know, this some of y'all is them in the reincarnation. Verse 35. When the town clerk had appeased the people, he said, "Ye men of Ephesus, what man is there that knoweth not how the city of the Ephesians is a worshiper of the great goddess Diana? See, it's y'all, and of the image which fell down from Jupiter." See, that's you niggas, man. That really, that's a spirit y'all have, man. That's the spirit y'all have. Y'all are worshippers of Diana in the spirit. In fact, someone should probably dissect these lives and so I recommend and do a part called and they cried out, "Great is Diana of the Ephesians," because that's how you woman worshiping jakes are like, man. In the truth, simple lights in the truth, man. Simple lights that know the truth. Simple lights. Simple lights. Yo. Simple lights. There you go. Yo, and y'all's probably simps in the world and ain't put off the old man, which is why y'all act the way y'all do. Y'all scoff. Hey, man. Let me continue on, man. Without natural affection, verse 3 of 2 Timothy, chapter 3, where I'm reading from now. Without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers, incontinent, fierce, despisers of those that are good. Without natural affection, cold-hearted, most hearted people. Cold-hearted, especially towards, like I said, the Israelite man. Truce breakers. Truce breakers. Don't keep your word. False accusers. False accusers. Liars, devils, man. Devil meaning false accuser and a deceiver. Incontinent. What's incontinent mean? See what that shit means. Incontinent is not just a urinary incontinence. Not only that though, it's definition non-medical. A lack of self-restraint. Oh yeah, that's y'all. Fierce. Because y'all get in your feelings and y'all just wall it out. Fierce. That's y'all as well. Y'all are fierce. Very fierce people, man. Fierce people. Ah, shit. Fierce. That's for sure. That's for sure. Fierce to us, but to Esau, y'all are calm. Y'all are calm to Esau. Y'all are fucking choir boys when it comes to Esau. Quiet as a mouse, if you want you to be. Fierce, or if your woman wants you to be. If Eve wants you to shut up, you do it. Despisers of those that are good. Yup, all the way, man. Apostle Tahar, man of GMS. Hate him. How come GMS and like-minded get more hate than even the other Israelite camps that teach different doctrines? How come GMS get the most hate? You gotta wonder. What's their beef? What's their beef? Is it because they're teaching the 144% truth? What's their beef? Because they're despisers of those that are good. That's why. Y'all like this. Y'all like this. Oh, fuck him. He thinks he's better than me. That's how y'all are like. This is a bunch of haters, man. Haters in the truth. He think he better than me? Fuck no. He think he got the truth. He really think he got the truth. Verse 4. Traitors, heady. Heady. Traitors for sure. Bunch of sellouts. Heady. I'm gonna forget what heady means. I bet it means something like on the lines of big-headed. And bull-headed. Oh shit. Heady. Willful, rash, heady opinions. Violent, impetuous. B. Or it was A, 1A. This is B. Violent, impetuous. Violent. Heady. I ain't heard that word before. Shit sound like bullheaded for real. Sentimental, heady. Okay, hold up. Overjoyed. Okay, willful, rash, heady opinions is probably what's meant there. Willful, rash, heady opinions. Or rash. It's like you're acting like you're drunk. Ah, shit. High-minded. High-minded. They are high-minded. High-minded individuals. I don't know, there's something about the words make me like fucking chuckle and shit, like fucking laugh about it. Cause it's like you high minded, bro. High minded. And it's funny because it's true. Marked by elevated principles and feelings, also pretentious. High minded. Think, oh nah, this nigga can't have the 100% truth. Nah, that's me. Right? That's me. Proud. And goes with proud. Yep. And these scoffers, man. Someone be scoffing just to scoff. Lovers of pleasures more than lovers of power, Yahweh. Yep. Lovers of pleasure more than lovers of power, Yahweh. Yeah. Because right, some people be watching them videos for pleasure, man. Some people be watching our videos for pleasure and shit. Especially them short videos. And you watch them for pleasure, and that's why they only be watching the videos that's a real short, like real short, real short. Or they got or they got catchy titles, or catchy or like headline type titles, man. They're lovers of pleasures more than lovers of power, Yahweh. And also these well, I would think the characteristics that these Eves have, that scoff, that talk down, these so-called sisters. I was talking down. Oh, they're high-minded, I would say. A lot of them is high-minded. They're too high-minded to submit to a man. Our brother called them, and as well as these Simplites, they're Erica Badu Israelites. And it fits. Erica Badu Israelites. I say they're Jezebelites. Jezebelites, man. Jezebels that know about the truth. Yeah, them types, man. Girl power. Your girl power Israelites. Verse 5, having a form of godliness, yeah, a form of it. A lot of them be them Yah type Israelites that only say half of the name of the Lord, but they're not denying the power thereof. From such turn away. They only say call him he. Yah just means he. So they have a form of godliness, but deny the power thereof. No, those literally do. Those literally be denying the power thereof. From such turn away, denying his name. Verse 6, for of this sort are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women. It's always Eve getting fucking attracted to these false doctrines like magnets. Just like the first Eve. Just like Eve and the serpent. Mm-hmm. Salakim clicked out, so kicked me out. Like right off the bat, and sometimes they don't do that. And I don't know why. Esau be hating. You already know. And Satan, spiritual demon Satan be hindering. But, Salakia for that, and I'm back. But, yeah, hold on. Let me get. Yeah. For these sort are they which creep in the houses and lead captive silly women, laden away with lust, away with diverse lusts. Yep. These sort. Verse 7, ever learning. And it's always these Eves attracted to the false prophets and the just as some scoffing ass niggas. Verse 7, ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. Yep, never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. That's them, man. That's these scoffers, man. They just don't get it. I mean, if that was able to trip you up, man. And you never got it. But you never got it. You never put away that old man. Never got, never put away that old man. In fact, they resist the truth. Verse 8, now it was Janus and Jambres withstood Moses. That's another way of saying I believe Oh, magicians. Oh, the Egyptian magicians withstood Moses. So do these also resist the truth? Men of corrupt minds reprobate concerning the faith. Verse 9, but they shall proceed no further, for their folly shall be manifest unto all men, as theirs also was. Yeah, these 2/3, man. Going back to shit, hold up. Okay, what was I at? Those that can't put off the old man. Those that are Yahweh Shai is gonna tell whenever shit pop off, Jacob's trouble pop off. Depart from me, them that work iniquity. Those that hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of Yahweh. Same people spoken of. They would none of my counsel, no, they refused. And despised all my reproof. Verse 34, therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way. I'm in Proverbs chapter 1 and 3. That was verse 34 was the verse 29. Linking it all up. Therefore, now continuing 31. Therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way and be filled with their own devices. Verse 32. For their turning away of the simple shall slay them, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. Verse 33, but whoso hearkeneth unto me shall dwell safely, and shall be quiet from fear of evil. Yeah, the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. And people fucking mock and say, oh, I'm so scared. But, yeah, I've had people say that. Trying to mock, by your mocking, automatically it means that it ain't gonna happen. And it ain't, or if it happens, it ain't gonna be as bad. No, in fact, it might be worse for you because you mocked. Just because you mocked, it might be worse for you. And who shall have pity upon thee? So, and rightfully so. Who shall have pity upon thee, O Jerusalem? Or who shall bemoan thee? Or who shall go aside to ask how thou doest, man? Who shall go aside to ask how thou doest, man? Like I said, Esau not gonna give a fuck. If you think he's gives a fuck because of how he's acting at the moment, it's just an act. Don't fall for it, but 2/3 will. For who shall have pity upon thee, O Jerusalem? Definitely heathens. Heathens ain't gonna give a fuck. Really, Moab is using you sellout Israelites. Or who shall bemoan thee? Or who shall talking about them sellout ish cartel members. Or who shall go aside to ask how thou doest? You know, they are sellouts. They are sellouts. Murdering their own people, selling, kidnapping their own children from their own people and selling them, smuggling them to the elites of Esau for for you know, just to get a bag, doing it just to get a bag, and continue to get guns, continue to get support from the elites of Esau. Yeah. And so Esau allows them to ship more drugs in here, or helps them as well, just to get a bag, basically. Yeah, just to just to become vain in robbery. You know, because his currency is gonna fucking collapse. This dollar is gonna fucking collapse. Becoming vain in robbery. It's fucking debt notes, man. It's fucking debt notes. It's fucking debt notes, man. They're spending our money that they took from us, without us even having a say, really. And they're charging us the debt. They pay us in debt notes. That's IOUs. That's all it is. It's IOUs. And you know, the US government, you know, owes the bankers because of how that shit got set up. You know, the Federal Reserve got set up as the central bank of the US, as a private bank, owned by private shareholders. 12 of them. The Fed Reserve. You know, Social Security Fund was actually developed as you know, they're going to actually, when you look into it, it was developed as a fucking, like, basically like a slush fund, you know, to pay them off, and then they take from us to pay them off. And then also the U.S. government, U.S. corporation owes owes China as well, which is why they come in to take their shit. Owes them as well. But they're not going to give, the Federal Reserve is not going to give what they have. The central bank, the Federal Reserve, is going to take from the people and give it to them. Also comes down to that as well. How they're going to take it. They got to do it in a certain way. Can't be open about it. How they're going to take what they owe and shit. For who shall have pity upon thee, O Jerusalem? Or who shall bemoan thee? Or who shall go aside to ask how thou doest? Yo. Like, so who is? You know, these heathens ain't. You know, your so-called, even other 2/3 don't. Even other 2/3 don't. The Irish evil. And Jake, okay, so other 2/3, other Jakes and Eves don't. And 2/3 are going to be out here eating each other. Out here, Hey, pimping out their own girl for some food, selling their own kid for some food. No, you may even have niggas during the famine that's coming, sell out, pimp out their own girl for uh for someone else's kid to eat. Shit is gonna get fucking gruesome. They even have that. And then when they make a transaction, they get set up and all of them get eaten. And make it that, yo, man. So no one's gonna have pity upon Jerusalem, and the elect definitely not, because the prophets was out there telling y'all about, we was out there telling y'all about what was about to go down, man, for decades, and y'all still didn't take heed. The knowledge has been out. Been Hebrew Israelites are now more known. They're more well known now. Been more well known. With Kendrick coming out and saying I'm an Israelite, like saying talking about how the so-called blacks, Latinos, and natives are Israelites. With Kodak saying I'm an Israelite, my diamonds Israelites, and it's one of his songs. Like that one song, First Day Out the Feds, yeah. And then talking about he was a Levite, which even though you could see he's of the world, and Kendrick too, man. Promoting BLM, Kendrick promoting BLM, and which that's Black Lives Matter, but he says I'm Israelite, I'm not black no more. And it's a controlled opposition anyways. And Kendrick and Kodak being with the so-called imitation Jays, and celebrating. I believe he was with some Christians too. I believe so-called Christians. So they're of the world. Can't give the world up, but they got that knowledge out there. Well, at least they got the basics of who's the Israelite. The main ones that are Israelites, what the Israelites would mainly be. So the knowledge is out. Who shall go aside to ask how thou doest? Nobody. Nobody's going to care because of those reasons. Who? Because y'all stay trying to make it work in this system, man. Y'all stay trying to make it in this system, run by these serpents, these devils. These modern day Cain, man. This descendants of Cain, descendants of Esau, man. The beast system is true, man. Cain was Esau. For those that doubt, reincarnation is real. Cain is Esau. And they get off on murdering our people. They act like they're Cain acts like he's his brother's keeper, but then stabs Abel in the back all over again. Esau does that to Jacob, to the Israelites. Yeah, but you Jake should know that. Who will pity a charmer that is bitten with a serpent, or any such as come nigh wild beasts? Nobody. Nobody's gonna pity a snake charmer or such as come not wild beast. Esau the beast man. The system is called what? The beast system. These heathens is also the kingdoms of these heathens is compared to beasts as well. But Esau being the worst of the beasts. The beasts of they're also compared to beasts of the field, Esau and the heathens. Verse 14, the serpent was the most crafty, was the most, basically the most cunning beast of the field, right? Verse 14, so when they go to a sinner and is defiled with them in his sins, who will pity? You're going to the man of sin. You Levites that came over here, and you 2/3, they're just gonna fall for lies of this devil, man. Who will pity y'all? For the elect that's among those refugees, migrants, y'all gonna wake up and be saved and not trust this devil in the end. Who will pity? It's still time to repent and to not be like the 2/3, those that are numbered to the sword. Who's gonna pity? Yeah, so who's gonna pity y'all, man? And because y'all should know your history. For a while, he will abide with thee, but if thou begin to fall, he will not tarry. If thou begin to fall, he will not tarry, man. He's not gonna stay helping you out. He's gonna act like your friend. For a while, he will abide with thee. Hey, that's how these so-called politically correct non-racist Edomites, not openly racist Edomites be like, man. For a while he will abide with thee, but if thou begin to fall, he will not tarry. Them blue-haired Edomites. They're the ones that are Esau are doing it just to look like they're not racist and shit. The ones that you have. I'm saying that because only a speckled bird will be doing it because he thinks it's the right thing. And he's really sincere about it. You really think he's doing the right thing. Jake will do the most wicked shit, thinking they're doing the right thing. With zeal, they'll do the most wicked shit with zeal, because they believe it's the right thing. That's a zeal according, because they believe that they're doing the right thing according to the Most High. Because Jake have a naturally righteous spirit, but they don't have the knowledge because they rejected. They're hard-headed. An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips, because these Jakes can't fucking get it. These Jakes, 2/3 Jakes, they're not like really, they're not built to understand that on the side. So that's why they move the way they do. That's why they fall for Esau's lies every time. Verse 16, an enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips, but in his heart he imagineth how to throw thee into a pit. Hey, that's why they trust in their enemy, their oppressors. He will weep with his eyes, but if he find opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood. He will not be satisfied with blood. And these devils, man, they're not going to be satisfied with shedding the blood of you jakes, man. They want you jakes as slaves too, or spiritual slaves. Control your thoughts and everything. Literally control what you think. Literally edit your thoughts. Kind of power Esau wants, man. Like he wants to be worshipped. Esau wants to be worshipped as the Most High, man. He's not just satisfied with blood. And I don't think even that would satisfy him. He's insatiable. But if you find opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood. Hell no. You know, he's speaking sweetly with his lips. Like, yeah, y'all can come to Babylon. Yeah, we got you. Don't worry. Don't worry, you'll find opportunity here. But in his heart, he imagined how to throw thee into a pit. Yup. Those fucking FEMA camps. You know, that fucking prison camp for migrants in Gitmo, man. That's a pit. That's in the system. You're gonna be put in the system. thrown in a pit. He'll weep with his eyes, but if he find opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood. You know, he'll weep with his eyes. Like, don't worry. Like trying to make himself look like he give a fuck, man. Like he doing some like something like he's sincere, bro. But not really. But if you find opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood. Those are crocodile tears that he's crying, man. Those are crocodile tears. You know, when that crocodile is eating that animal. Not sincere at all. Verse 17, if adversity come upon thee, thou shalt find him there first. And though he pretend to help thee, yet shall he undermine thee. Yup, if adversity, Satan, come upon thee, thou shalt find him there first. And though he pretend to help thee, yet shall he undermine thee. You're going to find him there first. You know, when you Levites came to Del Rio, Texas, man, you so-called Haitians, and came to Del Rio, Texas, you found the adversity there first. And though he pretend to help thee, it shall undermine you. He was telling you, oh, we gonna let you in. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. I was told that. You're gonna be able to get in. Don't worry. Don't worry, we got y'all. Then though he pretend to help thee, yet shall he undermine you. What happened? A lot of y'all got deported, whipped. Y'all got whipped like a slave, like a chattel slave. By a horse whip. That's what happened. You know, and even the ones that don't get fucking deported, or you know, y'all set up to be getting rounded up, put in Gitmo, put in other places. They're expecting a large order. You just remember that article that I read. You know, they gotta be ready like that at a moment's notice. Basically, be ready to deploy within 1 hour, cause they're gonna ship you Jakes, you so-called Haitians, you Levites, and even you Ishkarites and Zebulonites that are already here over there. Operation Cable Splicer. Though he pretend to help thee, yet shall he undermine thee. Yet shall he undermine thee. You know, he's gonna No, he's actually looking to bring you down. He's looking to undermine you. We're gonna blame you for this murder. Kill a lot of y'all too. That's what he's conspiring to do. Been conspiring to do. Verse 18, he will shake his head. He's always conspiring to do some shit. Verse 18, he will shake his head and clap his hand to whisper much and change his countenance. He will shake his head and clap his hands. Like, that was too easy. Yo, and change his countenance. You see how much of a devil he really is. He's gonna change his countenance. And show you that he's really the damn devil that the Bible speaks of. Mm-hmm. All right, so with that, I hope this live was edifying. I want to give all praise to Yahweh, Bahashim, Yahweh Shai, Bahashim, Kadash. Double honors to the apostles and elders of Great Millstone who rule well, Salutations to the Akim out there, spreading the truth like wildfire in all truth and sincerity. Shalom to the Israelite. Shalom to the rest of the elect. The hopeful 1/3 who look like the men, the men who can't prophesy, because wasn't their lot. The women and children who that's because shown by the fact that they're really disabled, they really can't prophesy. Not they don't, because they don't want to make that clear. The women and the women and children who believe, shalom to the elect, whether they look like the people in the 12 tribe chart, so-called Black, Latino, and Native American, or the other nations, uh, because our people were scattered to the four corners of the earth, looking like the other nations, but suffering the curses and having that flavor and that zeal according to the Most High Yahweh. But for a while, it wasn't according to knowledge, but the elect is gonna have that zeal according to the knowledge. It's gonna eventually have that when they come into the knowledge, get that knowledge of the truth that they've been seeking for. The elect have actually been seeking for. They've been looking for this in the spirit. That's also how you know, man. You drawing the videos like this. Also, how you know, hey, could be the elect. So it's a good chance. All right, so yeah, not just for entertainment reasons either. Really for elder edification, which means to edify means to build up. So really trying to learn something. Really trying to learn something, change your life. Because you've been looking for this truth and you ain't found it until now. Like you've been looking for the truth, looking for answers, and then you come across this, and all of a sudden it starts to add up. Like, oh shit, this makes sense. You might be the elective if it's a good chance, especially you enduring this thing all the way into the end. That's for sure. You're the elect then. All right, so yeah, hope it was edifying to the elect. Shalom, stay strong. Death to this place, America, known as Babylon the Great in the Bible. Which is a Baba ball in the Hebrew. Death to these Edomites, these so-called self-proclaimed white people that descend from Edom. Death to them as well. That's Abadla Adawamium in the Hebrew. And death to these heathen nations, these other nations that benefited from our captivity, from our bondage, been benefiting, played a role in it. They're the dogs that lick our wounds. The Lazarus represents the Israelites. Death to them as well. Rich man is Esau. Death to them as well. Rich man is Esau, like asterisk, really applying to the elites. The rest of the Edomites could be like them dogs. But, they're elites of Esau, and, that's how any Edomite would be in that position. But yeah, death to them, and the Most High Yahweh is about to bring it to them. We don't call for anybody to be carnal here. Or to judge carnally. Shalom, stay strong, and Israelites got Next, the Israelites got for Israelites don't only got next, but they got next forever. That's why Esau and heathens are shook and they're trying to do away with our people. Shalom, stay strong, and it ain't Wakanda forever. That was a psyop to get these so-called black people, which are primarily the tribe of Judah, to think you're Hamites and act like Hamites. It ain't Wakanda forever. It's Yasharala forever. That's why I say that. It ain't Wakanda forever. It's Yasharala forever, because y'all Israelites, Yasharala means Israel, and the saints shall take the kingdom. Saints of the Israelites, sanctified ones, chosen ones, holy people, holy nation. And they got our people. That's our people. We got next. Shalom, stay strong, and Yasharala forever. And yeah, we here GMS like-minded Akim. We are racist. To be a racist mean to be for your people. We are Israelite supremacists. For the Israelites, and it ain't a skin color thing, it ain't a black thing, like it ain't a Latino thing, it ain't a native thing. Those are not true identities. Those are false identities that was placed upon a people by words and proverbs according to the Deuteronomy 28 curses. Neither is it an Irish thing, neither is it an Italian thing, neither is it a wherever our people may be scattered, man. It's an Israelite thing, really an elect thing. Shalom, stay strong. And because 2/3 is going to be cut off in this side. Shalom, stay strong. And like I said, Yasharala forever. Endure into the end. The hopeful elect is going to endure into the end. Shalom.